try that again. Morning, councillors, and good morning, members of staff, members of the community in the gallery, and members of the community viewing in on live stream. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of council. And as per customary with us, I'd like to remind everyone that we are in Darumble country and we pay respects to our elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge that they are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. We are missing a reverend this morning. Obviously, Reverend Sitton was held up unexpectedly, so we've asked Councillor Eastwood, as a pastor of the high school, if he would deliver the prayer. Councillor Eastwood, thank you very much. Sorry, I just started. Okay. Yeah. Over to you. Thank you.
Let's pray. Father, just thank you for this wonderful day, Lord. This is the day that the Lord has made, and help us to rejoice and be glad in it. And Lord, today we ask that as we make decisions that change and can also bring great happiness and goodness to our community, help us, Lord, to be mindful of those decisions and to make them with a steadfast heart, and Lord God, that we would really, Father, Lord God, listen to you as we make those decisions. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for that the governments rest upon your shoulders. And Father, bless this meeting in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We have a full attendance, councillors. No leave of absences or apologies. Confirmation of the previous minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 20th of July. We've all read those, councillors. May I get a mover and a seconder for those, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconder, please. For the confirmation of the previous minutes, I'm after a seconder. Thank you. Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, declarations of interest in matters on the agenda. Are there any councillors? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr Mayor, I've got a declaration in relation to the forestry stuff today. As a shareholder. Look, I'd like to inform the meeting that I have a declaration of a conflict of interest in this morning's deputation by the Keppel Group Rural Fire Brigade and the late item regarding the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grant funding. As I'm a shareholder of Surf Lakes that currently maintains a section of Tooker's Road and I can't remember the other road, but it's all relevant, gravel pit, yeah, that the Keppel Group is seeking to have upgraded. Notwithstanding my declaration of conflict, I do not believe that a reasonable person would conclude that I should not observe the deputation from the Keppel Group, as no decision is to be made there. I do, however, seek the support of my colleagues in doing so. Moreover, I'll add myself by leaving the meeting room during the consideration of the Black Summer Bushfire Grant funding item later.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Just for your information, the deputation this morning has been withdrawn. So that won't be an issue in terms of your declarable conflict of interest, but in terms of the late agenda item, it may well be.
Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Councillor Bello.
Mr Chair, I would reflect the very words of Councillor Eastwood, as I am in the same position, as also holding a small amount of shares in the Surf Lakes company. And so I will follow the actions that have been advised of me through the CEO, and I thank Cale for his advice there. And as we consider our decisions moving forward in that respect.
All right, thank you, Councillor Bello. Any other conflicts, councillors? Okay, thank you very much. Now, Mr CEO, do you want to resolve those at the time, I'm assuming?
Happy to, Mr Mayor, unless you wanted to determine whether the late item would proceed on the agenda today, but that can be done as it arises later in the meeting.
Indeed, thank you. Right, item 6, there are no public forums or deputations today, and that brings us to item 7.1, business outstanding. Mr CEO, are we having the officers deal with that?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As is customary, I'll ask Michael and Brett to join us as we work our way through the business outstanding. Pleased to report that there continues to be a reduction in the number of items outstanding, although there are a number of long-standing items that remain, and we'll work our way through those.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first item is the Marlborough Catholic Church building. So as previously mentioned, we've been working to try and enter into a partnership with Lang O'Rourke. Since the last meeting, we haven't been able to make contact with them. They've gone a bit silent on us. So I think it's time that we consider Councillor Mather's suggestion, which she made at the last meeting, which is talking to another community group, and happy to take that offline, Councillor Mather, and talk to you about the name of the group and the contact and so on, so we can progress that as quickly as we can.
I couldn't pursue that until such time as we've finalised, but I do know that.
Your microphone needs to be on, Councillor.
I do know that I did receive a call yesterday from one of the sub-collectors from the Army, and they were just, I referred them to the planning department, but they made mention that there was no accommodation in town, so I guess they probably thought it wasn't suitable. I don't know, but I'm happy to follow through on the other matter.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
With respect to the Yeppoon Inlet Association, the draft letter was finalised on Friday last week, so that will now be sent out to the Inlet Association.
Item 3, Adelaide Street parking. The officers have updated the layout plans and an email was sent to councillors on the 2nd of August for feedback in order for us to finalise the report. I'd like to be able to, through the Mayor, I'd like to be able to finalise that report at the next council meeting if possible.
Well, Mr. Executive Director, I think Councillor Watson's got a few comments to make on this one as well.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I was speaking with Sue and Cole Turton on the weekend from the optometrists, and they live on that stretch of road there. And they've sent me an email last night, which I'm just trying to find again. There it is. It just says, thank you for the opportunity to express our concerns re the proposed extension of the car park facility in Adelaide Street. We're dismayed to hear that the proposal, that to our knowledge there has been no consultation with residents. Our primary concerns include the stability and integrity of the bluff, the infringement and reduction of a green area. The increased traffic will result in additional pollution from both vehicles and noise. As long-term residents of Adelaide Street, we see this as detrimental to our environment and feel that it will, I'll send it to you afterwards if you like, you don't have to type anything up, will increase the negative aspects to our position. And our number one concern is that the long-term stability and integrity of the bluff in its current state, with the barriers surrounding the green area, there is only foot traffic and minimal vibration being produced. That doesn't make sense, I'm sorry. Heavy equipment used for construction in the car park and the constant traffic will only increase the stresses and strains. Sadly, Yeppoon lacks many green areas. While the council has done a marvellous job in producing diverse activity areas on the foreshore and the lagoon, there are not many places available for activities such as kicking a ball, flying a kite, or just plain running around. The green space on Adelaide Street is regularly used by locals and tourists as a place to come and enjoy the magnificent view of the coast. Wander, photograph, picnic and reflect on the beauty of which has appealed to all of us living here. As you propose to replace it with yet more concrete, bitumen and car parks and more traffic and more noise,
Could we not simply encourage people to use the wonderful multi-storey car park facility that already exists and is rarely full? The proposed extension of the car park will certainly increase the vehicle traffic up and down the street. The street is already being used as a racetrack by many hoons who have been allowed to flourish unchecked in our once quiet town. There is no consideration given to residents, and we are constantly being subjected to excessive noise and fumes at all hours of the day and night. It will also increase the risk and probability of a serious accident happening on the corner of Adelaide and Nomby streets. Children often cross their way to the beach, and we fear for their safety as inconsiderate and inattentive drivers speed up and down the hill. We would urge Council to reconsider the option of the proposal. And then they said, would you please add this to it, to our letter, concerns from last night. It's from a song, Big Yellow Taxi by Joni Mitchell, and it's still relevant today. Don't it always seem to go that you don't know what... Oh, hang on, start that again. Yeah, I can't remember the song. Anyway, maybe the council's old enough to remember it. But anyway, basically, they haven't been spoken to, and they've been there since the early 70s, and their family lived beside, their parents lived beside them. Why are we not speaking to the people up and down the street, which can have something to do with where they park, the parking across the road and everything else? We're constantly not getting through to the people.
Just have to take that on notice, and I think we'll digest that for the next briefing session. Yeah.
All right.
And thanks for reading that out.
I think there are some misconceptions there, Mr Mayor. I think they need to be ironed out very quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly these things are emotive too, so we'll have to take that into account. But if you bring that back to the briefing session, Mr Executive Director, that would be great. Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Watson.
Item 4 is Bangali Beach access. So from the last meeting, officers with infrastructure and also within community engagement group have been working on a stakeholder engagement process, and we'll be organising a community meeting. We've also been working on the maintenance activities to ensure that the current ramp is suitable for its current use. And the next step will be to call the community meeting, talk to council about so some of the questions and how we want to manage the day, and then also report back to council with an aim to do that in October.
Item 5, still waiting on the consultancy GHD to complete the planning assumptions model on that report. The operation for tenancies at the hub, the lease in a draft form has been provided to the tenant, and they're currently reviewing that. The Greening Tamby Road, the report for that is in today's agenda. I think it's 11.11 so that we discussed today, councillors. The Shire Christmas tree was part of the budget deliberations, didn't specifically make it through that process. Notwithstanding that, there is an allocation for art activation around school holiday programs, festive lights, etc. So operationally there's been no decision made, and officers are looking at some options to see if something can be done regarding that matter. The local law review, there are 6 local laws currently provided, waiting on the final batch to come through. Once officers have gone through that, that will come to council for discussion around the content. Tree protection and planting, those projects are underway. We expect to have something to be able to report to council by the end of 2021. The native title proceedings, that matter can come off as the resolutions are about becoming a responding party to that, which council has done. The beach matting. So there's been discussions with the various advocate groups in the Shire, and also with Emu Park Surf Lifesaving. That club has been successful in obtaining a grant, so officers are working with that club around the logistics associated with that.
Councillor Watson, I think you got a query on this one.
Through the chair to
Brett.
Brett. Sorry, Brett. I had another name in my head. I was at the Coast Guard not Coast Guard, Lifesavers the other day, and from the end of the ramp, there's a good 10-inch drop down onto the beach sand. So I don't know how the ramp could be used now. So I just thought I'd bring that to our attention.
Councillor Watson, that's an issue that we know that we'll be confronting given the dynamics of this coastal area. So there is a drop today. In a couple of weeks, that will be back again, and then there'll be another event and it'll drop. So we're aware of that, and that was probably one of the reasons why it's probably taken this long to get to the point where we're at. And then it's logistically, how do we respond to each of those events?
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair, to Mr. Bacon. So I attend each of the Capricorn Access and Equity groups. We discussed in a previous meeting that Moby wheelchairs and hoists were more beneficial to the Yeppoon area than Moby matting, and I do understand, as you've just said, that Surf Life Saving Club has received a grant, and if they choose to purchase Moby matting for that particular Emu Park area, then that's certainly within their rights to do so. But as a group, it was decided that a Moby wheelchair would be far more beneficial than matting at the Yeppoon foreshore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Item 13, which is access to Long Beach at Joscalee. So there's a successful community event down there on the 31st of July, and we've received some good feedback which we'll present to Council in September to allow for a final decision.
Boundary signs have been ordered, councillors, and it is anticipated that they will be installed by the end of this month.
Number 15, Rec Point Walking Trail. So the officers are working to develop up some community engagement, and we'll be looking to finalise that for meeting in September. So we've got a grant funded budget this year, and we'd like to finalise that outcome so we can undertake design and construction and either stage the project or deliver with additional funds. It's likely to cost more than the $500,000 that we have in our budget. Pacific Heights Road traffic management. Community engagement is going to be undertaken in the next week or two. So that will be good to hear from the community, not just in the street, but also the wider community within Pacific Heights. And then we'll present the findings from that engagement process in next month's meeting.
Mr. Mayor, to
Councillor
Michael.
Mather.
What do we hope to gain from the community engagement, Michael? Because we've been around this block 100 times.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. So over the past while, we've been trying to talk to the Department of Transport and Main Roads and allowing us to reduce the speed limit to 40, and our best endeavours have been stifled in some ways with respect to road protocols and road safety audits and so on. The proposal today is to go to the community and ask if they would be supportive of some raised platforms, some local area traffic management in the street. So it seems unlikely that we'll be able to reduce the speed limit. If there's community support and council agrees, then this would be a good step forward. Local area traffic management has been something that's been done in many parts of Australia over many years, and it's got some benefits there.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Mayor, the director's right, because, you know, if we were allowed to reduce the speed limit down to 40, there is no guarantee that the vehicles would travel at that pace anyway. The raised platforms are the way to go, and I hope the public gets on board with that, because they've worked everywhere else. It just puts the brakes on them, really. Thanks, Michael.
Regarding the lease for the Bureau of Meteorology, that process is underway. There's discussions between Council and the Bureau regarding the terms of the lease. The Poon Showgrounds recommendation or resolution, there's a development application would need to be lodged if the show society is wishing to do anything. The current lease is for due diligence, recognising councillors that the society was successful in obtaining funding from the federal government to assist with their planning. So presumably that money is currently being put to good use on planning.
Good news, Mr Executive Director.
Item 19, Tookers Road. The officers have completed bitumen seal for the first 15 metres of Tookers Road, and it's acknowledged that there were some comments at the Kawarrell Reach Day over the weekend, so we will look into those issues and report back to council through the normal channels.
Through the chair to Mr. Creederman, how is the trial of the soil binder going along? What's happening with that, and when can we expect some sort of idea of the outcome?
So the officers have been inspecting the road regularly, and we take dash cam video footage. Officers drive along and we're recording that footage over the treated sections and the untreated sections. So we'll over time we'll get an idea on the benefits and the longevity. It's going to the time between gravel resheets and maintenance is anywhere from 12 to 18 months. So it's going to take us probably at least 12 months to understand how well it's holding up as a product. So there's the binding of the gravel, which we'll review and see if there's any unravelling or any corrugations, that type of thing, compared to the unbound section. And then there's also the dust issue. So it's been probably 5 months now, and we can provide videos of treated sections and the untreated sections, but I think the trial will need to go for a lot longer yet, maybe at least 12 months.
Thank you.
Number 20, which is a road maintenance equipment review. So officers have been working through that and finalising a report to be presented to the council meeting in September. Stanage Bay Road opening, we're just waiting for some survey plans to be finalised, and we'll progress that through to the Minister's office.
Lot 6 of the Gateway settled on the 6th of August, so that is now complete. The item 23 around the potential dealings of land adjacent to the overnight rest area at Yamba, that matter's lying on the table. Investigations are ongoing just around some traffic data, so that can come back to a future council meeting.
Thomas Street, Emu Park, road closure. Officers are just awaiting some comments back from councillors. I think from my recollection, about half of the councillors have inspected the site. If you'd like to inspect the site and provide some comments back to myself, then we can include that in our report.
Through the chair to Mr. Creedman, I went and had a look, and there seems to be the street going along, and there's one section that's the bit you're talking about. What about from there up the hill? Is that going to be closed or as well after that, or is it? Because it didn't. I mean, obviously we're standing there, and there's nothing to go by markers on what we're actually looking at. But from what your plans show, is that spot in front of that block of land. But what I'm wondering about is when you're looking at the block of land up the hill to the right, is that going to be closed in the future or what? Or why are we closing this bit here and not doing the rest?
Through the chair, it's been driven by the property owner, so they've requested to purchase the land back and close the road, and they have to go through a process to the state government. Mm-hmm. So we're responding to that request, which it's, I think, as one of the officers said at the last council meeting, it's a bit unsure on the history why there's the indentation in the road reserve boundaries through there. But we do not have an overall plan to close any other part of the road reserve as a council-led project. If other property owners feel they'd like to request that through the state, then we'll assess those on a case-by-case basis.
So in the future, it'll just mean that
Yeah.
they'll ask for the request in the future and close the road over time?
Yeah, we'll just assess
Okay.
each of those.
All right, thank you.
Just further comment, Mr Mayor. I was down there on Friday, took my map with me, and like you say, you can't tell what we're talking about. That's why I suggested an on-site, because it's a very complex little corner of the world, and unless you know exactly what you're looking at, it's easy to make a mistake. And if we're doing this to please somebody, we don't really have a long-term plan and an overall picture as to what we're going to be left with, as to how we can facilitate that in the future. I mean, is it any benefit to us? We'll say, if we say no, then we can tell the department that's the case. But if we're doing it to appease one, is it going to cause more problems down the track if we want to do something with it? That's what I'm thinking. And that's why I needed to be sure that we were all on the same page and we all knew what we were looking at and what the outcome would be if we were to let it go. That's why I had concerns. And I went there with my map and I was confused.
Through the Mayor, I'd be happy to meet councillors on site if
I
they'd
think
like
that
to
would
go
be
out.
good.
I
That would be
can
good.
organise a time and we can go out there and try and make sure our bearings are correct.
Yes,
All right.
thanks, Michael.
Councillor Watson?
Just one quick question. So when you're looking at the block of land, to the left-hand side is all the houses down the road. Have they all had their bits closed off over the time, or?
I'd have to check the history. They're all of those frontages down the hill have been brought forward.
Yes.
And then there's this indentation. So I don't know whether that was the original survey or whether it's been purchased over time.
All right, councillors, those are the matters outstanding. So we have a recommendation that the business outstanding table be received. Moved Councillor Mather, thank you. Can I get a second? Thank you. Councillor Watson, all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Item 8, presentation of petitions. There are none. Item 9, councillor or delegate reports. There are none. Brings us to item 10, which is the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting July 2021. Flying minutes, and I'll pass the microphone to our Chief Financial Officer, I beg your pardon. Nearly demoted you.
It's all good, thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'll be really brief with this one. The outcome or the recommendation from this particular set of flying minutes is being dealt with in report 11.4 on the agenda today. So essentially we use flying minutes as a way to handle matters for the Audit Committee out of session. So these will be confirmed minutes once they meet at the end of this month. On the 30th of August is the next time the Audit Committee will meet.
Thank you, Madam CFO. Any questions, councillors? All right, Councillor Bello, this is your portfolio. Would you like to move that?
Yep, happy to move that, Mr Chair.
Okay.
No comments to add.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood seconding. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO. Item 11.1, invitation to join Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The item is an invitation from Councillor Greg Williamson, who is the Mackay Mayor and also Chair of what is now known as the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors. It was formerly the Northern Alliance of Councils, a collective that models itself on the South East Queensland Council of Mayors and obviously seeks opportunities through collective advocacy to improve the lot of those of us living in North Queensland. And obviously aligns itself closely to the objectives of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund and other initiatives that specifically target that part of the country. That invitation from Councillor Williamson was extended to Central Queensland Regional Organisation of Councils meeting held in Yeppoon a couple of months ago. Each member council was asked to consider its position in relation to joining that body. As is outlined in the report, Livingstone has previously declined to participate in activities of this group. That's not to be passing judgment on its value, but I think Livingstone really sees its alignment to CQ Rock and then in turn to the broader Local Government Association of Queensland, and that's reflected in our recommendation to you.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Any questions of the CEO, councillors? I've got a couple here. Councillor May, the first, your microphone needs to be on. Thank you.
On the first page, under number 7, there's a paragraph there. Although there are a number of regional matters that deserve attention beyond central Queensland, difficult to see the value derived from for ongoing $14,000. What would those sort of, give us an idea of those regional matters that deserve attention? Is anybody able to give us an idea what sort of matters they would be?
None probably come immediately to mind, Councillor Mather. As I said, this particular group aligns itself in some ways to the objectives of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, so participating in a group that heavily targets policy and projects to benefit the northern part of Australia. There are matters that go on outside of our catchments and natural resource management type issues where the catchments don't necessarily align with local government boundaries, matters that influence regional Queensland in more of a way than they might do in the southeast. But again, our recommendation reflects that probably CQ Rock can carry those, even though they might be of broader interest to regional Queensland generally.
So the things that we have interest in, we've got control over by CQ Rock. Okay, thanks, Mr. CEO.
I'm going to go to Councillor Hutton next. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I did have a question in regards to the terms of the group. So there's no attachment to kind of provide any background as to what the terms are beyond the commentary provided by the officer. Is there a set terms like the agenda? I guess is I'm looking for a little bit more detail around where's their aspiration.
Mr. Chairman, apologies for that oversight. The material that was provided in terms of the constitution of this organisation was considered when the conversion was taken from the Northern Alliance of Councils to the Regional Queensland Council of Mayors, and that was presented to the Council last October or November, and it was remiss of me to not reproduce that on this occasion for reference. But the only new material we have is a single page nominating what the membership fees would be. Councillor Williamson, I understand, is attending the CQ Rock meeting on Friday in Gladstone to further push the case for membership. However, it is the case that both Gladstone and Central Highlands have already determined to not become members. Rockhampton did pass a resolution to become a member but is reconsidering that position. And I think as Banana is hosting Councillor Williamson on Friday, they weren't making a determination prior to his attendance. But our recommendation remains as it is.
Councillor Hutton.
So I was just wondering particularly around the Olympics bid. So obviously the South East Queensland Council of Mayors were the driving force in developing the original case study to look at that. And I just wondered whether this was in some part about the advocacy about making sure that regional Queensland got its share in whatever the outcomes of 2032 or 2038 are.
I don't know specifically, but it would be fair to assume that would be a target for this particular organisation, I'm sure. As it is for CQ Rock, as nominated by this council.
Yeah, I'm just going to make that point. Councillor Friend, did you have a question? Okay. Any other questions, councillors of the CEO? All right, we'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder? The recommendation is that council declines the invitation to become a member. It's moved Councillor Mather. I get a second.
If I could move a procedural motion, I'd be interested to hear the presentation from, is it Councillor
Williamson, yeah.
At the CQ Rock on Friday. And maybe we could postpone this decision until such time as he can bring back.
Is there a time frame for this,
feedback.
Mr. CEO?
I don't believe there's a time frame, Mr Mayor, other than the understanding from the previous CQ Rock meeting that councils would determine their respective positions in advance of the next meeting, as Central Highlands and Gladstone have, and Rockhampton have already done. But I don't think that, well, two things. One, determining a position today wouldn't preclude the council from changing its mind, perhaps, if Councillor Williamson was to make a compelling case on Friday. Likewise, deferring the matter as is proposed, it's not going to close the door, I wouldn't have thought.
I guess the only reason is probably out of courtesy to Councillor Williams that if he's come down to present a case to the CQ Rock and we've already basically determined our position, that it may be a pleasantry to withhold from that until allow him to do such thing, and then we can be better informed. That would be my position, but respect the table's position if they don't accept the procedural motion to defer.
All right, well, we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Bello that we defer this until after the CQ Rock meeting this Friday. Let's go to the vote on that. All in favour? Okay. So are those against? Councillor Mather against. Thank you. The motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. (11.2), which is the monthly financial report for July. Over to you, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'm presenting the report, the monthly financial report for the month of July. You would have noticed in this month's report it looks slightly different to previous months. I've been working with the accounting team to streamline their month-end processes, including the reporting processes, just so we can get the information out to the organisation in a more timely manner. So part of that meant we also had to review the layout and format of the report that we take to council. It still contains the main financial information, so it still contains an income statement and a balance sheet. You'll see that there's a lot more detailed information around our capital projects as well. We've also aligned the commentary within the body of the report rather than the cover report, just so it makes it a little bit easier to read through. We've also set in place some rules around when we're going to increase the amount of commentary that we have on the line items. So we've aligned these thresholds with our audit materiality thresholds. So anything, any positive or favourable or unfavourable variance of $100,000 or 10% of that line item will have some additional commentary underneath that report. So what I might do now is just take you through the attachment 2, which starts at page, or 2 of the attachments, by the looks of it. So you can see there we have our summary of our key financial results. So we do have quite a favourable surplus at the moment for the month of July. That's because with our half-yearly rates, we generate that within our system in the month of July, even though it's not issued to our ratepayers until August. So that revenue is therefore recognised in our financial systems in the month of July. So that's why the operating surplus is quite substantial at this point in time.
And Madam CFO, just you would be recognising those prepayments at that time as well, I'm assuming, for people who are paying early? Yep.
Yep. The other thing, that's a really good point. So the other thing that I also like to mention is even as of latest today, we're still doing our final end of year adjustments in relation to the previous financial year. So the July results will change once we finalise what transactions we have to accrue or recognise back in the previous financial year. So I've explained the operating revenue. So we have the capital works expenditure as well there. So all of these amounts are excluding committals, and we have healthy cash balances, and our borrowings continue to decline as expected. We've also included the financial performance indicators. So I've also have some asterisks there, whether they are the legislated sustainability ratios, or those ones that have the 2 asterisks are those ones that the QTC use as part of their credit reviews. And then anything that doesn't have an asterisk, they're just some council-specific ones that we use. So the example of that is the working capital ratio. So all of those are either within on target or within our acceptable tolerances, except for the asset sustainability ratio, which only reflects 1 month of capital spend at the moment. Then going down to the next page, so this is the operating result, or known as the income statement or statement of comprehensive income when it comes to our general purpose financial statements. So here you can see that I've got the performance for the individual month against budget and the variance there. So we'll also have some indicators and provide commentary where it exceeds those tolerances down the body of the report. And as we progress during the year, we'll also have a comparison against year to date. One of the things that we're working with our systems is how we can enable the organisation to forecast in a more timely manner rather than just waiting for budget review processes. So then that means we can take that information to councillors in advance of formal budget review processes. So as you can see there, using the legend that's down the bottom, anything that's a positive tick, which is a major positive variance, and we'll provide a comment on that. So an example of that is employee benefits, and you can see that there's some commentary around there, that we've broken it down into the various components that would contribute to what that favourable variance is for. The negative or unfavourable variance you can see is against user fees and charges and sales revenue. For the fees and charges, it essentially relates to a end of year adjustment, which is so revenue that we've generated in this year that we have to post back to the previous financial year for outstanding infringements in particular. And within sales revenue, that includes our private works and RMPC. So when we looked at the financial information, we recognised that we had the expenditure associated in the month of July for that, but the revenue was recognised in August and it had missed the end of month adjustments for that. So that is why that particular one, so it's an area of focus to improve on the accruals. I've also included or changed the layout slightly of some of the dashboards or the graphs that we include. We do have the adopted budget that's in the shaded ground in the background and the cumulative year to date. So it's similar to what we have, but we just have some commentary on the top of those graphs. And where it is relevant, where we have those items that are by exception, we're trying to provide some historical information as well. So for this month, we've gone into a bit more detail around fees and charges and employee costs. So you can see where the trends, whether they're similar or not this month to what there has been over the past 15 months. We've also retained and changed the layout of the road maintenance budget that was requested by Councillor Mather last year. So instead of being a table in a report, it's now a graphical summary. So you can see, so the blue on that one is the spent portion of the allocated budget, and then the red is the unspent portion of it. For the balance sheet, instead of comparing against year to date, I think it's more meaningful to compare against the movement on the previous month. So the balance sheet amounts will always be cumulative year to date. And where there are material differences, we've got a lot of commentary down the bottom of this one. A lot of it is to do with the adjustments for end of financial year, is usually, but that's pretty consistent with what happens in July. It's very similar information that we've previously disclosed in terms of our cash and cash equivalents. So we have the balances there. We're also demonstrating what the balance has been for the past couple of months. And we can see here that our cash balances have declined over the past few months. And that's generally related to, because our main sources of revenue are lumpy. We get our big chunks of revenue twice a year. So in those intervening months, you will see our cash balances decline. Our outstanding rates are comparable with the same period last year and have slightly increased on the previous month. So we've got 2 prior year financial results for that particular one. We've also simplified the layout of the information we provide on the payment arrangements that we have in place. So we're comparing it just to make it a bit easier. We've reduced the time frame of the graph, so it was starting to get a little bit difficult to read. So we've just included that back to April 2020, so you can still see the trends and the peaks and troughs a little bit more easier. And the comparison is now in a table format with the same period of the previous financial year. The sundry debtors, we've simplified the graphical layout for this one as well. So we're going back to 3 previous months on here, and we have some of the additional information in regards to those balances that are outstanding. Procurement, once again, we've just simplified the layout, so it's the same information that was in the pie chart. Now it's just in a table format that has the actual dollars and percentage spent and we have just reduced the time span of what has been spent over the past couple of years. So we can see that just in the month of July alone, that we spent, I think, about 26% of our funds just within those businesses located within our boundaries. Debt borrowings, so we've broken it, we've included a different graph for this particular one. So we've compared it against the past 3 financial years. So you'll be able to see that debt is reducing as expected from the peak in 2018-19, and that we are on track to continually make our repayments over the course of the year with no additional borrowings being forecast at this point in time. I'll go on to the capital expenditure report now. So there is a summary page, and so this one is a very similar layout to the income and expenditure report. So we have comparison of the month against the monthly budget, as well as the year to date and percentage of full year. The first graph there is similar to what councils would have seen in previous years. The second one, we're highlighting out of the entire capital program for this year, 2.2% of that entire $50 million has been spent on average, with 8.3% of the year gone. And so you can see by what area responsible for the capital delivery is keeping on track with year-to-date expectations. Also, as you can see, the detail has been greatly expanded within our capital project space. So I've retained the same threshold of $100,000. So if a project has an approved budget this year of $100,000 or more, it's on its own separate line item. All other smaller projects are grouped up under, you'll see a line item there, for example, under IT, various ICT projects less than $100,000. So all of those things will get included in there. So it's, yeah, I've got quite a lot of detail in there, councillors. So I'm happy to take any questions that you may have or suggestions for improvement.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, through the chair to Madam CFO. Andrea, I actually enjoyed reading this. This was easy to understand. It was well displayed, and particularly the graphs that actually have a legend, and you know what they're about. But when we're talking about the capital projects, you'll have to excuse me, those in the gallery and those watching online, but I need to be educated because we're always learning every day. So under the Emu Park Art Gallery in the capital projects, you have a -3, forecast to complete -3. Would you explain that to me?
So that would suggest that it is a carryover. So the project was expected to be completed at the end of June last year, but the spend has fallen into this current financial year. So this one may, so it meant that it also missed the accrual cutoff. So it would have been working or uncompleted at the end of last financial year. So when we do the Q1 budget review, there'll be unspent budget that will come up to reflect that spend this year.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Yeah, I'd also like to offer my congratulations, Andrea. I think the report is great. I mean, it's easily understandable, even if you have no financial background. I think you can pick up the gist of what's going on. So well done, and pass on that to your team, please.
Thank you.
All right. In the absence of any further questions, councillors, we'll go to a debate on this one. So we'll get a mover and a seconder. Mover, Councillor Bello. Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Mather. Councillor Bello, did you wish to speak to the report?
Just to reiterate both your comments, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Friend, and I too found it more insightful to be able to read and understand the flow of it, I guess. So, thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Councillor Mather, did you wish to speak to the report? All right. All right. Any other comments or councillors? No debate. We'll wrap up that then, and we'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. (11.3) councillors, which is the operational plan progress report. CFO, back again.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't leave the table. Councillors, this is the 2021 Operational Plan Performance Report for the last quarter. So this is summarising all of the activities from the previous financial year. We'll also have a very similar summary and assessment that gets included in our annual report as well. So as you can see here, we had quite a number of projects that were either complete or on track out of the 118 key activities or measures. Just over 30% require monitoring, but were still expected to be completed early in this current financial year. And just over 10 activities were deferred with a variety of related impacts, primarily delays due to COVID was probably one of them, which is a larger impact around our capital works, a number of competing priorities and staffing requirements that have had a flow-on effect. So in addition to some of the impacts from COVID, we've also been experiencing some material supply delays and contractor availability, both due to the volume of work that's underway in our particular region. We have the summary that we do by each of the theme areas, so we can see that Livable Livingstone had some of the areas where we didn't get things delivered on track. Thriving Livingstone is looking pretty good there. So Natural Livingstone had a number of items that require attention, same with Leading Livingstone, and some items in Future Livingstone. So I'm presenting this on behalf of the organisation, but I'm happy to take any questions from councillors on any of the activities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Andrea. It's not a criticism, but it's a lack of clarity for the ordinary person, which I consider myself. When we're looking at page 18, and we've got the little block there, the Livingstone, Thriving, Natural, Leading and Future don't do a thing for me. And I would suggest that it may not highlight what they mean to the ordinary person. I understand the on-time completed and those things still to be done. But how anybody would read that and know what's being said, what's being tried to be conveyed, perhaps I'm just short of a quid to understand it. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like other people's comments. And this goes.
Can I just go back? What page are you on, Councillor?
18.
Page 18 of the document.
Of the document.
Of the agenda, right? I'm going with you now, right?
Certainly take that feedback on board, councillor, and just make reference to the community plan themes.
Yes, it
in
just,
that table, I
I
think.
mean, you've got to refer to something to understand it. I mean, I think the ordinary person would look at it and try and get a picture. I understand that. One picture. There's no need to refer back to any other documents. And the same with this colour blocks. It did nothing for me. Nothing at all. With the same headings with colours. It's like we're going to kindy to sort of play blocks, and as long as everybody understands which colour the block means, that's really what it comes down to. Have we got?
Well, I guess sorry, Councillor, but in graphical terms, I suppose that's there to try and differentiate and help understand, to follow what's essentially, traditionally within risk management, for example, you've got colours that determine the level of risk. Red's obviously bad, for want of a better term. But I think ultimately, if you focus in the table itself on the particular line items where you see red, those are the ones you focus on. Or have I missed your point?
I think you might have. Mr.
Okay, right, okay.
Through the chair, I was going to have a couple of questions and a couple of statements, but one of them right at the end was, I believe it requires a legend for those graphs as a reminder of, okay, so the red is to be deferred, or benefits won't be achieved, etc. The yellow is this, and I think that's what you're saying, Councillor Mather. It requires a legend.
It says that here in that block.
Yeah.
It has that.
Yeah.
It has
Right.
that block. But when we're looking at, I understand timing. I understand the colours. When we're talking about livable, thriving, natural, leading, they're flowery words that don't mean anything to me.
Well, they're the basic tenets of the community plan, though, Councillor. That's what the community plan's wrapped around.
That's another problem.
Yes. I'm still
I
going.
just like simplicity.
Yeah, well, those are the five pillars of the community plan.
I know, but it's
That's what
it's
the
the way.
community themselves
That's right.
actually came up with.
Yeah.
I'm through the chair. I have a couple of statements and questions in amongst them. On page 8, 3.1.3C, deliver events to promote effective waste management and pollution. So it says it's been deferred, and we understand why it's been deferred because there's resource constraints and we don't have an education officer here in council. But it also states that benefits won't be achieved. Throughout my voice panel, it quite clearly says there that my particular voice panel for the water waste management and the environment, looking at ways to incorporate and engage with community groups and schools to increase this awareness. And my statement basically is that I have my blue card, I'm offering my services to officers, and I'm happy to champion this at that particular level, seeing that we don't have a waste officer. The second one on page 10, and I'll just flick down the page. 3.3.1a, it was interesting that it says it's within the allocation, rescheduling expected. It is within budget, operational budget allocation, but then it says that in the fourth quarter the budget's been spent. So how does that work? If it says it's within budget, but now the budget's been spent, sorry.
I'd have to take that as a question to follow up with the officer responsible for that
Lovely.
measure.
The second statement I have, I just want to say congratulations to Livingstone Shire Council, because we have a lot of passionate people in our community who care about the flying fox colonies we have. There's a lot of people that don't like them either, and I acknowledge that. But the people who do care about the flying fox colonies understand that these creatures have been here before Livingstone was settled, and the fact that they really do undertake propagation and help the natural environment as well. And the last one on page 19, 5.3.2a. Sorry, I can't flick quick enough. 5.3.2a. This comes under enhance the community's preparedness for disaster, although it says that at one stage we were going to install storm tide markers in prominent locations. This one has also been deferred. The budget's underspent, so the money is still there for it. But it says that the benefits won't be achieved, and I believe that this should be also incorporated in our CHAS. Can we also take that on notice as to why the budget's underspent and the benefits won't be achieved for the storm tide markers?
If I may, through
Yes.
the chair. So when officers flag benefits won't be achieved, it's within the original scope as intended. So one of those would be delivering the project in full by that particular time frame. So if they've, for this particular one, it's not going to be achieved this financial year, so they would have flagged that as the benefits that we were going to expect or to receive this year or the year after, because this is delayed, it's not going to be achieved. So that's just really within the scope of that project. That's why they would have selected that one.
Thank you, and thank you for the answer.
Through the chair, Andrea, what is a storm tide marker? Storm tide marker.
Storm tide marker is, well, Councillor Hutton, you had your hand up, but I'm happy to answer that. Storm tide marker really is a marker in situ where there's a number of different types. There's the flood level ones you see on the side of the road, but there's also ones that are in flood zones that indicate or send electronic signal through to the Disaster Management Centre to tell us what rate the water is rising in particular areas. Have I got that right, Councillor? I beg your pardon, Madam CFO? Councillor Hutton?
Which ones are they for us, though?
So the ones that they had been looking at, there was a series of locations down at Fig Tree Creek, down at Mullumbin, where they were going to put in markers saying, okay, so if we say that there's a 2 metre tidal surge, this is what we're looking at in terms of the height, to give people a visual representation and to give them some advice as to when they get that text message in the middle of the night, it means something because they relate it back to the marker that they saw in a park or they saw in another location. And that was what the project was about.
So it's a sign with electronics in it to measure.
Well, it's an electronic device that sends a signal as to what what rate the water is rising.
Thank you.
And it's helpful for example, the LDMG to evacuation is required or things like that.
Thank you. I just thought it might have just a simple post, that's all. That's good. Thank you.
All right. Madam CFO, just one question from me. I'm on page 12, 4.1.1c. It says facilitate regular organisational performance management and recognition review process. And the comment is that due to staff movements, the performance management system has been deferred to next year. Could I maybe go to the CHRO, please, and get a comment on that one? Welcome to the table, Christy.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. So we do have a performance management system and framework within Livingstone Shire Council. There is a review that is being undertaken in regards to that specific framework, and that has been identified as one of the key initiatives of our operational plan for this current 21-22 financial year.
Okay, so it's not essentially going to lapse, it's just going to, it's been carried over.
It's been carried over. So.
All right, so these so-called staff movements, have they settled down, or is there likely to be further delays on this?
It is one of our key priorities for this operational plan. There are some staff movements that are happening, but we are managing those in terms of Project Merlin and some other initiatives that's taking place.
All right, pressure's on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, perhaps I could just supplement Christie's answer. So we're coming at it from both ways. So you'd be aware that, in fact, I think it's tomorrow, the CEO's performance review is on, and as an annex to that, in the next couple of months, there will be a follow-up to a briefing we had around some corporate performance indication, and so that work's coming from, I guess, the boardroom down, and Christie is very much working on the mechanics of how the organisation will embrace that. So whilst there are some limitations, resourcing and otherwise, that we have at the moment, there is work continuing to go on in that space. And I think the council can take some comfort that they will have that ability to control those levers.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. All right, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about 4.1.6a, which is delivering a compliant and effective internal audit function. It says that there's obviously potential risk, and that the progress comment references that the position has been vacant since 2020 and we're currently going through a process. Does that imply that we haven't had a compliant and effective audit function in this period?
We haven't had full coverage since August 2020. We have engaged with specific internal audit firms to still undertake components of the internal audit program, but that program that was intended to be delivered in 2021 hasn't been completed in full. So we've still made efforts to chip away at the internal audit program, and we've got one going to the next audit committee meeting, so an internal audit on plumbing and drainage activities. So we have certainly progressed the audit program for 2021, but it hasn't been completed in full as originally intended.
Okay, so the feedback really is that, so the plan that was in place in 2020 obviously didn't quite work the way we expected, which is why we've got the report today talking about a different model again. So is that's the...
Yeah, so at the time of preparing at the end of June, we hadn't obviously appointed. I think we're still going through the evaluation process for those submissions.
Yep.
But we're still engaging with other audit firms to execute the audit program from last financial year.
Okay, so but over the course of that last 12 months though, while we've not achieved the entirety of the intended internal audit program, would it still be the position of the organisation that we have had a compliant internal audit function?
The internal audit activities we've undertaken are compliant, but we haven't completed our audit program as adopted by council.
Okay.
It's really difficult for me to say whether we've had a compliant internal audit function or not. I think the audit committee itself will also have a view on whether we've had an efficient and effective audit committee. So the oversight of the internal audit function sits with the audit committee. So it's probably not appropriate for me to comment whether we've had a compliant function or not.
So who provides the commentary then where we were saying that we've achieved it or not? So, because it would, if in this, would be an
Perhaps
officer.
if I can maybe turn Councillor Hutton's question around a little bit and say, or ask, is there any degree of concern within the Audit and Risk Committee about the audit program that you're aware of?
Oh, sorry, how you can answer. So that they have raised concerns that we haven't completed the audit program as committed to. Basically.
Mr Chairman, if I can, yes, the Audit Committee shares the concern of officers and presumably councillors in that our intention to complete our internal audit program for 2021 has not been achieved. Some of those have been and would be compliant, as we say. If compliance is, do we satisfy our statutory requirement to have an internal audit function? The answer is yes. Has it completed its program? The answer is no. Will we take a step on the next agenda item to advance that? Yes.
So just one further question. I'm sorry to. So within the terms of the internal audit plan, which we acknowledge that we haven't achieved in this last 12 months, and that's, you know, we tried something new and it didn't work. That's okay. Amongst the plan itself, are there things that are statutory similar to what you'd like? Obviously, having a plan is a statutory obligation, but amongst the things that we had to be reviewing as part of this process, were there things that were statutory and things that were just internal focuses that the organisation had said it was an organisational need? And therefore, I suppose that my question is, did we get the ones that we had to get done, and yeah.
Again, Mr Chairman, generally speaking, they are risk-based rather than having a statutory trigger for those. I'm not aware that any have got a statutory trigger. They would be, so it's a case of the Audit Committee, in consultation with the organisation and the Council, determining its highest risk activities and therefore where should we channel internal audit resources to get best bang for buck, and that sort of reassessment exercise that goes on. It's generally a 3-year plan that gets reassessed each year to say, well, what's happened? Has COVID changed things? Has different external scenarios changed things? So, but as for compliance with statute, no, there's none that have a statutory requirement.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, for allowing me to tease that out, and the officers for their explanation.
Question,
Right.
Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
You're obviously discussing 11.4. Have we signed off on 11.3?
No, we're still on 11.3,
Well,
Councillor.
you've been discussing 11.4.
We're discussing 4.1.6.A. Deliver a compliant and effective internal audit function.
Okay, because we were looking at the internal audit services with some of the things that were raised here.
Indeed
actually
we are.
Fall into that.
Yes,
fall
we are.
into that.
Yeah, we're still on
That
11.3.
confused me for a minute.
All right. Councillor Bello.
Yeah, question, Mr Chair, and look, I do apologise in advance for labouring, perhaps even continue on from Councillor Hutton's position. I would find it helpful if there could be an explanation of what actually has sort of been identified or was broken down in terms of that is actually been the causation of that not being completed. So i.e. we had an internal audit person employed within council, that position was terminated, and then for a period of time we were without an internal auditor, then another model was proposed. So could perhaps either through you, Mr CEO, or the CF explain the history of it so we actually understand it.
I'm sure Andrea will fill in any blanks that I leave. So yes, you're right, there was an internal resource who coordinated the internal audit function. Following that departure, there was a select contracting model, so there was an invitation for each particular project in the plan that was done, and as you can imagine, that's perhaps a more cumbersome exercise because it requires then the scoping of each particular project, an invitation from the market, assessment of those things has to be done internally. It's a quite cumbersome contract management exercise for a variety of pieces of work, so we've only achieved a number of those, not the entire program. What's proposed, the next item on the agenda, is that the entire program is handed to a particular firm, and they will deliver that firm and report to the Audit Committee and on to Council then.
Right. Any other questions, councillors?
I do have one further one, Mr. Mayor. I apologise. However, I can't find it anymore. I lost it when I was trying to go back down to follow up from the officer. So if I can just have leave the table for a moment. There's an item that relates to the arts and culture policy, and it states that everything's been achieved, but the target references a number of 20, but the commentary references 4 events occurring over the course. And I just wanted to check, and so I apologise that I can't. Here it is, 2.4.3.A. It says deliver a program of activities and events targeted at arts and cultural activities. It uses a performance indicator of a number. It says the target's 20, and then it suggests that there were 4 arts and cultural programs delivered under this, and it talks about everything's, you know, hunky-dory in terms of all of the figures there, and I just thought, is there a mismatch there? Or is it a pragmatic?
I'm just looking at the description on the end, Councillor Hutton. It says there were 4 arts cultural activities delivered under COVID compliant planning. I'm just wondering if that 4 was part of the 20, but because it was under under COVID compliant planning, that was highlighted. That was all. I was just wondering that.
We'll seek clarification because that 4 might only be reflective of the quarter 4 rather than the full financial,
Right.
full financial year.
Thank you. All right, councillors, have we exhausted the questions? All right, so we've got a recommendation that council receives the 2021 operational plan performance report as at 30 June 21. I'm happy to move that, councillors. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Madam CFO. So we're to 11.4, which is the recommendation of the appointment of the internal auditor, or for a firm for internal audit services. And I'm going to pass the chair to Catherine Bettines. Welcome, Catherine.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. So I'm here this morning to present to you the recommendation of appointment for an internal auditor for the 2021 to 2024 financial year. So Council have sought quotes from 12 auditing firms through Vander Pedal, of which we received 5 responses. An evaluation panel was appointed with 3 members who have undertaken an extensive evaluation of those responses, which have identified Pacifica Pty Ltd as the preferred service provider. The recommendation has subsequently been taken to our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, who have endorsed that recommendation and is therefore tabled today for your appointment.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
I'd just like to know the variation between an internal auditor and a company, like, doesn't matter which one, whether it's Pacific or anybody else. What would be the variation in costs? Would there be any?
Yeah, you want to?
Has that, I would think that would have been considered.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around the question. So you're asking what's the difference between, say, a firm appointed outside to do internal audit as opposed to an internal auditor employed by the organisation?
Yes.
Heaps. So, Mr.
Well,
CSO?
that's what I'm thinking. It's going to have to be a pretty good model to convince me.
So currently Council have a budget of $150,000 allocated for our internal audit function, and this scope of works that was prepared and the response is within that budget.
My question would have been, what was the actual expenditure for our standalone person on staff?
I don't know the exact answer to that, Mr. Mayor, but I would think, given that we carry on costs and overheads of probably approaching 50%. Yeah, yeah, and there wouldn't be much change out of $150,000 for someone with those sort of qualifications. If it's not what you pay them necessarily, but when you add on half again for your on costs and overheads, the total employment cost would certainly approach that
we
figure.
would have had an actual figure of what we paid the previous person doing that job. We would have had an actual, and whatever we add on to.
We can get that to councillors offline.
Just as a matter of curiosity, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. because I believe he was doing a good job, that's all.
All right. Any other questions?
Just to clarify, so the external members of the audit committee have approved of this model, just for our assurance. That's important for us to know and be fully across. Yep, that's definitely. And I'm just picking up on the, given our previous discussion about legislative requirements of the audit under risk assessment here, failure to maintain an internal audit function will breach Section 105 of the Local Government Act. So just to help put that into context, there's clearly a requirement to maintain the function of the internal audit, and to not do that would be a breach of the legislation, as was pointed out. But the nuances of what they do or how they do it is not sort of mapped to a legislative requirement as such.
No, Mr. Chairman, it's fairly broad in the local government statutes. I guess that there's also a reliance on the audit profession, so those people who are registered in their profession, they have professional bodies, and there's best practice techniques and all of those things. So there's a combination of a fairly broad statutory framework, and then engaging professionals in their field to do as we do for a number of professions.
So, Councillor Bell, if I can just add to the CEO's comment there too, whether an organisation does or doesn't, or whether a council does or doesn't achieve its audit program, becomes a matter of risk management, as you understand. And then that comes into the focus of the Queensland Audit Office when they do the annual audit report on council. So that's when the heat gets turned up a little bit. Councillor Hutton?
I have a question, and I apologise if it seems convoluted. In a previous report that's either been addressed at a council meeting or a briefing session, the external members or the internal members for the audit committee, there was a reference to asking that there was at least a 5-year gap between their membership and their capacity to, or any council staff or council officers or councillors had a 5-year gap before they could then serve on Audit and Risk and Business Improvement Committee. Is there a similar has similar obligation been considered in this, only in that Pacifica, the business that is provided, a former member of our audit committee, our external member of our audit committee is a member of that group. So Carolyn Eagle, who was part of the original Livingstone Audit Risk and Business Improvement Committee, I can't remember which year she finished up with us, but she would be from that business and now potentially coming back or engaged in it. And
I wasn't aware of that, Mr. Mayor, but we should check whether our current policy settings would therefore preclude Carolyn's participation. But it's not Carolyn we're engaging; it's the firm of which she's a senior partner. But we should check that as a point of good governance. Yeah.
All right. So with that point in mind, are we suggesting that we're going to lay this on the table?
I don't think there's anything precluding from proceeding. It's just what Carolyn's participation would be.
All right. Okay. All right. Any other questions, councillors?
He was chair of the Amalgamated Council as well.
Of the audit committee? Yep. Okay. Right, councillors, we've got the recommendation in front of us that council adopt the recommendation of appointment for internal audit services endorsed by the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee, and appoint Pacifica Proprietary Limited as council's internal auditors for the period July 21 to June 2024. Can I get a mover in a second? Councillor Bello, do you want to move this? No?
No, Mr. Chair, I probably am not comfortable moving it based on the comments that Councillor Hutton had with the CEO, and would prefer actually to lay it on the table until we actually qualified that position.
Yes.
Interestingly, if the external auditors, are they aware of, the concerns that Councillor Hutton's raised, and therefore I'd prefer to pause. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, could that be clarified for later in the meeting?
Yeah, all right. We'll do that. We'll just procedural motion to defer this later in the meeting. Councillor Mather, thank you. No, Councillor Mather put a hand up for that one. Yep, I'm just getting there, waiting for Jussie to catch up. All right, so councillor, we've got a procedural motion to lay this on the table until later in the meeting. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you.
That's what we were just talking about. That's what my gut's telling me there's no impediment proceeding as we do. Yeah.
11.5, councillors. We might take a break after this one for morning tea. This is the Infrastructure Portfolio Management Report for the period 1st of July 2021. Well, that's a good trick, Michael. 1st of July to 2021 to 30 June 2021. Solely 1st of July 2020, I'm assuming. 20, yeah. All right. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to be able to present this report to Council today. It's the first time we've presented a portfolio report in my time here, and it gives us an opportunity to reflect on some of the great work that we've done over the last 12 months and also set the scene for the next 12 months. It also, in time, will allow us to break down our reporting into quarters, so then we'll be able to get into a bit more detail for Council and the community. But as the first report, I thought it's best to reflect on the last 12 months. So we undertake a range of operational activities within infrastructure and operations. We are a customer-facing part of Council, but we're also in the background doing a lot of strategic planning, supporting other parts of the organisation, and ensuring our policies and procedures remain current and support both the Council and the community at large. We do have a diverse range of skills within the portfolio, and many of our staff are very committed to doing the best that they can, and that's shown through the last 12 months. The Best Tasting Award for our water, which is a fantastic achievement for potable water across Queensland. And we've also just recently launched a new waste app, which is the first council in central Queensland to develop a waste app which will help support and educate our community in all things waste and recycling. Our budget is a very important part of our management, and within the report at a high level for the last 12 months I've highlighted the operating budget, both revenue and expenses, budget actuals, and also the fact that we've achieved 95% of our revenue and expense budgets for the 2021 financial year, which I think is a fantastic achievement. The staff spend a lot of time with our finance partners, ensuring that we predict our revenue streams and also how we manage our expenses, and that result demonstrates just the commitment and the effort that goes into ensuring that we're on track with our cash flow. I've also mentioned in our report here at a high level some of the capital delivery challenges. We will be focusing on that, the reporting of our capital program through the financial monthly reports, and also we're looking to develop a more detailed capital works report. As CFO mentioned earlier in the meeting, there are some challenges with respect to capital delivery over the next 12 months. And we're not alone in this. Many parts of Queensland and local government are struggling with shortages in materials and delay due to supplier issues. Everybody in the community understands some of the challenges around moving staff and contractors from other parts of Queensland. That will still continue, I foresee, into the next 12 months. So we need to be able to balance our resources, both internally and externally procured, to ensure that we deliver, which is quite a sizable capital works program for our community this financial year. So in the report, I've just highlighted some of the projects with some photos there for the community to see online and for the council. It's something that I'd like to do more into the future, because picture paints 1,000 words, and some before and after shots of some of our infrastructure really highlights the good work we've done and the investment that we make into our community. Customer requests, as I mentioned, we are a customer focused and part of the organisation, and we receive many customer requests on a range of topics. So within the report I've broken that down in the order of 10,500 customer requests have been received by infrastructure over the past 12 months. Pleased to see that our % complete rate is approaching mid to high 90%, which is fantastic achievement. So I'd like to thank staff for their efforts in delivering for the community and responding back to either community members or community groups or the councillors themselves. We do have some work to do within our workplace health and safety management. Within the report, I've highlighted some of the ways in which we report and monitor our workplace health and safety within either office-based or construction and maintenance-based field staff. One of the key measures there is hazard inspections, which I've highlighted some of the good work that we've done, but also some of the improvements that our teams need to focus on, which will be an ongoing thing. It's a target for us to achieve 100% compliance with our hazard inspections, and our people are a very important part of our business, and we need to ensure a safe workplace, and the culture needs to be continually improved and adjusted to ensure that. I've also gone into some highlights with respect to roads and drainage and water and wastewater. Some of the key stats within our water and wastewater groups are that we maintain critical infrastructure for our community, with in the order of 650 kilometres of potable water pipelines. We have a 50% recycled water back into our community, which is good for our environment. We have some significant projects in 21-22 which will help improve our water resilience and recycling efforts. Our waste and recycling program includes some amazing figures whereby we bin lifts and collection rates are 99.95%, which is fantastic. And that counts for just over 1 million bin lifts per year. So our team's doing a fantastic job, and we really appreciate that. And some of the forward strategic work that we need to do within our department includes a review of our local government infrastructure plan, which will help inform our land use planning and our planning scheme, trunk infrastructure and infrastructure charges. Our Waste 2030 strategy will, once adopted, will give us a fantastic resource to be able to plan for our waste and resource recovery efforts into the future. Within the infrastructure operational plan this year, we're considering a integrated local transport plan, and we'll talk to council more about that later in this calendar year. And we've recently briefed council on a principal cycle network plan update, which sets the focus on delivering, I think, in the order of $30 million worth of cycleway infrastructure over the next 10 years. And to round out the report, it's important that we keep an eye on our asset management, and we're strategic and also focused. So in doing that, we've recently adopted a review of our strategic asset management plan, our asset management policy, and we've been working through each of the different asset classes with respect to asset management plans, and setting our key performance indicators and matching that to our service plans. So with that, I'd like to just to commend this to the table, and I'm happy to take questions from the councillors. Thank you.
All right. Councillor Mather, I'll get to you in a minute, thanks, if that's all right. Just a couple of comments, Michael. I haven't seen too many reports like this in my local government career, and I congratulate you on it. It's good to see it, because it updates councillors on what's happening. I mean, we can do that on a regular basis through our meetings, but I mean, a formal report like this is a good outcome, and congratulations on that. I may seem to be critical of infrastructure's performance over time, particularly in relation to the capital works program and the shortfall in delivery of projects, and I acknowledge the constraints you've been dealing with. But I'd also like to offer a couple of suggestions if I can. First of all, when you're looking at shortfalls in your expenditure, please use the budget review process, because obviously at the end of the day, if the budget is X and you're only half X in delivery, then that's never a good look for you, and you're going to get some very pointed questions. And secondly, in CapEx and OpEx, can I emphasise to your team that it's important to provide oversight on work. It's all very well to say, yes, we're delivering a project perhaps by a contractor, but then no one's actually going out and checking on the standard of the work the contractor is delivering. And I guess a classic example of that was what Councillor Mather and I observed on the weekend at Cams Road. The contractor came in, I don't think did a particularly good job, and then we had to go back again to finish it off. So those sorts of issues are things that cost council money unnecessarily. And just finally, in terms of the culture, I note your reference to that in your report and your comments. Yes, I think it's great that you're concentrating on culture, because culture is a continuous improvement animal. We need to continually improve our culture and work on it. And just by having a high rate of closeout doesn't necessarily indicate success or good engagement. I mean, a response from an officer could be no further action required and nothing is responded back to the member of the community. That really doesn't help at all, but it helps the statistic, but it doesn't help the outcome of the community member. So just a couple of comments there to take on board, Michael, but again, congratulations on the report. Thank you very much. Councillor Mather.
Mr Mayor, I'd have to echo those comments too, Michael. It's a very comprehensive report. You seem to have your hand on all the little tributaries out there and pull them in together. And quarterly reports in the future may not have to be so big, but more drill down and see what we've got there. But and also I'd echo the Mayor's comments in relation to the supervision of some of the projects. Just to give you another example, reported to me a pothole. It turned out to be that big, and somebody got to it very quickly, and I had another report back. It's been done, but it's not real good. So I checked to see if it was a complete job or just something to get them out of trouble in the meantime, which does happen. It was a complete job. So I'm going back to get a picture for you, so you can see what our people are doing. Supervision is the main thing. Once we know that those people are reliable and can do the job to completion and to satisfaction, they don't have to be gold-plated, but to a satisfaction and a standard, then we can take our eyes off that one and concentrate on other weaker areas. But obviously the boys and girls out there have done a very, very good job, and I'm out on the road a lot, and if I'm not there, people ring me to tell me what's happening, and I trust some of them. Others I go and look if I'm not familiar with their expectations. But there's a lot of work to be done here, and you've done it. And no doubt there's still a lot to be done and to tidy, is to get it complete, and to have the staff on the same pages our expectations. Like I said, doesn't need to be gold plated, but there is a standard. And as the Mayor says, if we don't have the standard, we have to go back and make them do it again. And that's what costs money. And that's the money we can ill afford to waste. But, and like the Mayor, I have a suggestion for you too. Breakdown in water and sewage lines. There's nothing here to say what breakages we have.
Councillor, I guess we're, yeah, okay, keep going.
I'm finished, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
Just to say that the only thing I can see that needs to be added to a future report would be the number of breakages in water and sewage lines, because I do know if this is an area that shows up as being a repeat offender, that's where the money needs to be concentrated.
Yep.
I know we did that in Rockhampton. We asked for the overtime figures, and that told us exactly what was being spent and where it needed to be spent in breakages. So that tells us another story. Just paints another picture, as you say.
All right.
So very good work, Michael. Thank you very much.
And councillors, I have to confess my bad. I wandered into debate there in terms of my comment before actually going and calling for a mover and a seconder. So my apologies.
I'm just as guilty, Mr Mayor, but it felt good.
No, my apologies. So are there any questions before we go into debate? All right.
I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Moved Councillor Friend, thank you. I'm happy to second. Thank you, Justine. All right, so Councillor Friend, did you have a comment to make? Just debate, madam?
I'll sum up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillors, any comments in relation to the report? Councillor Eastwood?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. No, equally, I thought the report was very informative, and particularly to get, I guess, a recommendation by Councillor Mather really speaks volumes. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. All right, Councillor Friend, in the absence of anyone else wishing to speak, I'll ask you to speak to your report and sum up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the Director of Infrastructure, Mr Creedman, and all of his staff, particularly the staff in water and waste operations, and these departments are directly under my portfolio. I'm so proud of each person in these departments who tirelessly strives for excellence. Under your watch, Mr Creedman, Livingstone has an A rating for wastewater from the sewage treatment plant. In 2020, I'm just going to perhaps repeat some statistics, but it's really they're wonderful statistics to repeat. Livingstone won the best tasting potable water in Queensland, and we came an incredibly close second to Tasmania in the national competition. We're constructing solar and batteries at the Yeppoon treatment plant to offset hundreds of thousands of dollars in electricity costs. This is really exciting. We're constructing a waste recovery centre at the Yeppoon landfill in order to reduce, reuse and recycle materials, leaving at least 25% each year ending up in landfill. In this report, it states for water that there were 12,800 total connections in this last year. And if we dwell on these figures, it's incredible. There's a total volume of water supplied, which is 8,000 megalitres. Length of our potable water mains, Mr Creedman noted, approximately 650 kilometres of water mains. Sewage, there was 10,500 connections to properties. The volume of wastewater collected and treated, 2,000 megalitres. And the volume of recycled sewage, 1,000 megalitres. That's a lot of sewage. And in addition, for waste in particular, which is really incredible, the stats are amazing. 8,000 tonnes of curbside waste collected within our shire, being a Category C shire, with 17,500 ratepayers. There was 3,300 tonnes of general waste via transfer bins, 1,600 tonnes of resource recovery. So 1,600 tonnes we're recovering. That's incredible. And as Mr Creedman mentioned, the percentage of bins collected per our schedule was 99.95% of all bins were collected. And these are just some incredible numbers for maintenance ongoing with a very limited amount of staff. I'd just like to say well done. And this report also states that the water operations in particular received 3,408 customer requests in 2020 with a completion rate of 98% with limited staff. Waste operations received 2,277 customer requests with a completion rate of 99%. Bravo and well done. This report was informative, comprehensive, and very comprehensible for the public. I certainly look forward to the further reports from other departments because, Mr. Creedman, you've set the bar high. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, I'm going to go to the vote now. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and myself all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea. All in favour? Thank you. Yep, all good. Okay. So welcome back, everybody. A procedural motion to resume from morning tea. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Councillors, we're at 11.6, which is the Farnborough Road speed limit review. I'm going to pass to the Executive Director to deliver this report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This report relates to a speed limit review that's been undertaken for Farnborough Road from Iwasaki Road north to basically past the Farnborough State School. So there's some background in the report which relates to the history of it, which it was a 100 km/h zone, and in April 2018 we received a customer request to reduce it back to 80 km/h. At that time, officers did an assessment, and the speed limit was reviewed to and changed to 90 km/h. And then in December 2018, a further request was received from 90 to 70 km/h. So officers have taken some time in 2020 to assess the request and undertake additional speed limit reviews and go through the prescribed process through the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which includes a speed limit review, road safety audit process, as well as discussing the outcome of the assessment with the 3E Road Committee, which includes Rockhampton Council, ourselves, representatives from Department of Main Roads, and also the police. And at that 3E committee meeting, it was agreed that, or they concurred with the recommendation to reduce the speed limit to 80 km/h from the roundabout to the Hinds Avenue intersection, and then to leave the speed at 90 km/h from Hinds Avenue north. So I'm happy to take any questions. The officer's recommendation is to endorse the speed review report, as well as the committee's review, and I'm happy to take questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Creedman. Any questions, councillors? Yeah, microphone probably too, councillor. That's all right. All right. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? None. All right. So we got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Would you like to speak to the report?
Just very briefly, Mr. Mayor. With extra traffic on the road and more bicycle traffic as well, I think we can expect to see more people complaining about the number of cars at high speed. So I think we can expect more of this. So this is a good place to start, because there is a lot of activity in those little outlying areas.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone else wish to speak for? Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is makes a lot of sense, this recommendation. There's a lot of hidden driveways on that roadway. And also, it continues the 80 km speed limit from Farnborough Road a little bit further up. So what we do have to be careful of is that we don't have too many changes of speed limits to, so people don't realise what the actual speed limit is. And I think that's really just a natural and good conclusion to, and it's going to give some really good outcomes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Watson?
I'd just like to state that some years ago I was on the P&C at Farnborough School, and we tried to have that speed reduced, and I've actually been involved in a car accident on that corner to turn into the school where it was a hit and run, and I'm very happy this is happening.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. Any other comments before we close debate, councillors?
If I could, Mr. Chair, I just want to commend also the parent, from my recollection, Lincoln Batoli, I think, who used to work at council here. That I think he should be commended for his perseverance in this matter, and his efforts to improve the safety, which we all in turn are potentially endorsing here today. I think reflects our community's values and opinions. So it's to me, I'm very, very happy and grateful to be able to support it on behalf of Lincoln and that cluster of families that are out in that area that are starting to see much increased traffic. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors, we'll go to the debate. We've got the vote, I beg your pardon. We've got a mover in Councillor Mather, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. (11.7), councillors, is the Resources Community Infrastructure Fund application projects for consideration. And I'm going to pass the chair to Sonia Barber, Manager of Economy and Places, Acting Manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and CEO. This is just projects for consideration under the Resources Community Infrastructure Fund. It's a joint fund that is jointly funded from both the resources sector of 70 million and the Queensland Government of 30 million. So the total funding bucket is $100 million over 2 rounds. This is the first round that we're talking about now, which is up to $50 million. To qualify to actually apply for these projects, Livingstone Shire Council has an onus on us to be classified as a resource community, which means that we are, I guess, reliant on the resources industry as part of and proximity too. So if you'll see in the actual report, when we asked how we actually can be classified, the onus is on the local government to actually provide enough evidence that they are indeed a resources community. And part of that was a resources community is a community that provides significant resources or services to a coal or mineral mine or operation. Now, as you would be aware, we have many support industries within our region that do supply services to coal mines, and also we have a large workforce in the mining industry that is reliant on the coal mines for operations. So we will be, if Council agrees, we will apply to the fund based on providing those statistical evidence to the funding body, which we're already working on. Of that, the 3 projects for consideration by Council that we've identified that may be eligible for the funding criteria are the 3 that are listed there, which is installation of bicycle racks in and around the main business precincts across the region, the Bar Marie Multi-Sports Complex car park upgrades, which are really to prepare that as a staging area during emergency services and defence during disasters, and the rail trail extension project, which is stage 2 of the existing rail trail through to Mackay's Road. So they're the 3 projects that we wanted Council to consider for application, bearing in mind that applications close on the 27th of August. So we have very tight frames to be able to submit applications to the fund.
Thank you, Sonia. While Councillor Watson recovers from his injury, Councillor Friend, did you wish to say something?
Yes, I just had a couple of questions. Thank you, through the chair, to Sonia. With the rail trail extension project, $3.7 million, it says that focus on providing residents of the Pines Estate active links to Yeppoon Town Centre. I think that's wonderful. However, that $3.7 million, is it all the way to Mackay's Road?
Correct, and I mean, this will require obviously detailed costings, as it says. For the project, it was high level concept costings that did include some infrastructure to support the rail trail, such as drinking facilities and sit down areas and things like that, but it was completed a while ago. I must say that I don't have detailed knowledge of the actual rail trail project. This was put forward through other departments, but it will definitely need more detailed analysis completed to define those stages.
So if the rail trail was to, at this point in time, stop at the Pines itself, that would be lesser amount than the $3,700,000.
Yes, I would assume so, Councillor.
And in which case, would EV charging stations, electric vehicle charging stations, be of more benefit to the community in the long run, do you think?
I'm not saying they couldn't be considered, Councillor. I guess when you look at the actual, the the funding application. It's about providing safety and more community services for mining, for mining in people that are impacted in resource communities. So if the council's felt that EV charging could be considered a project, I guess we'd just have to scope how that would be applicable to actually answering the questions in the funding application and the guidelines.
Thank you.
Councillor Watson,
Sorry, through the chair.
are you okay?
Yeah, no, it's not really, actually it hurts. Sonia, I'm really excited that we're trying to put some money up for the rail trail.
Yes.
But I do remember when the railway line was closed, 3 million was given to the Shire to get a rail trail going. Mine was some time ago. And I know that a group of people got together and created a path and worked out costings to do the whole lot, and it came within the 3 million to do the whole run. So what I'm wondering is, are we using gold plating design for this? And possibly, if we are, can we lower the standard a bit and move it further along to have more rail trail?
I must say I would have to take that question on notice, councillor, because as I said, I'm not in the area of the expert. It's more that our areas become aware of the funding opportunity, and these were the projects that were discussed at ELT. If it had to be scoped, I'm sure it could be, but I think you'd want it to at least the same standard that it is constructed at now.
Not necessarily it's over and you need it now. That's why I'm asking that question.
Yeah, and as I said, I'm sorry, I'm not the expert. Somebody else might be able to answer that, but not myself at this point in time. There has been detailed studies that stage it right through to the end of Mount Chalmers, though, that we can provide to councillors if they want to have a look at those projections and why those costs are higher.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, just to provide a comment on that, I obviously think that it's important for us and for any funding body that's looking at to not fear that there is gold plating here, but rather that this project has been scaled, and in recent years council has invested money in investigating each step of the way. There's even a level of planning as to show where the signs will go, where the seats will go along the... So I have much greater confidence in this figure, having seen that we've gone from a construct and design process to where we've got the designs and we're ready to, like it's shovel ready. I think that's really important for us to recognise, and for us to also put that best foot forward. I think any reference to gold plating would scare off the horses, so to speak, and I think in the absence of knowledge around the fact that we have undertaken in recent years those design processes, the engagement with groups, that could be, you look at it and it does seem scary, but I can only offer the perspective of someone who's been on the council for a couple of years and seen that process undertaken, that we really didn't want to go into this with our eyes closed, but rather make sure that what we were producing for the community was of a high standard, but also met the needs of the community going forward. So I think we can take a lot of faith in the information that's been provided on that particular project.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton.
Can I just say I personally felt that the rail trail originally, the money was wasted. It could have been done far better and got much further distance if it had been done properly. By going by guidelines that had already been set by a man from Queensland Parks and Wildlife, who was willing to help. That's all. I just would like to see as much of it done as possible, with less, with the money we could possibly allocate. That's all.
No, fair enough.
I appreciate it. Just I'd like it. That's all.
Fair enough, Councillor. I have a question, if I may. In terms of the bicycle racks, we're looking at approximately $4,000 per bicycle rack. I know I've expressed concern about that figure previously, as have a number of other councillors around the table. I'm just wondering, is that a standard figure per bike rack? Because I'm led to believe that there are cheaper alternatives available.
I've only seen the report that the officer did in regards to the bike racks, which were based on, I think the actual cost of the bike racks were less. It was more about installation as well across the whole of the Shire. So, and I know there's been a lot of community consultation already done around the bike racks as well, and sites identified from that community consultation, which I know isn't answering your question, Mayor, but what I'm trying to say is, so that was why one of the project was identified as well, because one of the onuses for the funding is regarding community consultation
Right.
and community support for the project. Whether the cost of the bike racks could be less, I would have to go back to the officer that detailed the original report. I'm afraid I don't have an answer for you today as well, but I can again take that on notice and supply that information back to councillors if they so.
If you wouldn't mind,
wish.
thank you, because I think we'd all like some assurance that, not, again, getting to use Councillor Watson's term, gold-plated bike racks, if we can get something within, if we're potentially asking for $220,300 for this, if we can deliver something more cheaply, then I think that's a desirable outcome. Yeah. Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Sonia Hayden. With the bike racks, I actually have a quote, not saying this is the design we go with, but it's $70,000 for 50 bike racks. And the installation of these are either a steel pad that's bolted onto the ground, or where they go into the slab and you do a new one. It can be either way, depending on where the situation is. If you'd like, I can forward you the quote. It's just an idea. It's not saying we do that. I'm just.
Yeah, thank you,
'Cause
councillor. As I said, that
But if we do get the 220 grand, and we only spend say 150 of it, can we do something with the other 70, or does it have to be on push bikes?
well, for what we apply for in the funding, the scope of that, we would make sure, obviously, if there were going to be changes to the costings, that they
You
were
put more bike racks
incorporated
in.
into the actual funding application. When you apply for funding, you have to deliver on what the funding is. So if we say we're going to deliver this money at that much, then that's what we would be attempting to do. I'm not sure with this particular funding body, but with others, if you don't expend all the funds, it's usually a variation request, or the funds are given back to the funding body.
Right, Councillor Mather.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, through you to Sonia. If we haven't got all the information that we need to make a submission, this is what happens sometimes. We think we had the first one, we go with that, and when we find out these bike racks are going to be $4,400 a piece to purchase and install, I guess that's installation included, have we done our homework? I'm not saying you haven't, but I'm just saying, have we as a council done our homework? And the other one too, when we go back to the bike trail, while the TMR is actually upgrading the highway, Yeppoon Highway, and if we're looking at putting a trail through there, we need to be communicating with them to see what they're doing, if anything, in that location, because they're between hills there. They may not be widening it any further there, but if we're going to be doing that, we need to talk to them, and they may not be ready to do any upgrade, if at all, for the next 5 years in that area. So where's their money going to sit in the meantime? They're the sort of things I have to question.
All right.
So Councillor May, to answer a couple of the questions. So the first one regarding the bike racks, I take it on board that there may be other cheaper alternatives, but this project was based on a report that was brought to council for the bike racks and was approved and is being fully costed out. All the locations have been identified, so that's the information that I used to prepare the report. As far as the rail trail, as Councillor Hutton said, it has been scoped and it has been staged with all seating and signage and improvements along the way. My only comment on that is, because it was probably over a year ago, it may need to be looked at.
Tweaked,
Yes. Tweaked, but I
Yeah.
believe we have it right out until Mount Chalmers, and the total project for the rail trail extension further stages is more around the $10 million. So,
Yes.
and with the DTMR comments with main roads, I believe, looking at the rail trail, that it would not impinge on any actual road corridors that I'm aware of. I can't say that wholly and solely, but I don't think that it does. It normally is outside of the DTMR road corridors, except for working out where it would need to cross over at the Pines to go on the other side.
Yes,
of the
well,
road.
that's my concern. If we've done the scope, then that should have taken in some consultation with main roads if we're going to be using their corridor as part of that thing. Is that we haven't really finished the homework, that's what I'm saying. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Just a question.
All right, so we'll, in the absence of any further questions,
Just the question was
Yeah.
whether there's any consideration to slightly amend the bicycle rack discussion that could it have approximately 55 bike racks, and so it's not prescriptive to be exactly 55. Clearly there's many different bike racks that council could purchase, and from real cheap to real expensive, but I guess if it speaks to the intent of what this funding is trying to address, that's probably the most important thing for me. So is it possible to amend it and not detract from it, but actually provides that little bit of flexibility that if it was 54 or 56, I don't think any of us would be too concerned. 100 perhaps.
Of course, councillor, that's up to council to decide.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, that change can be made, Mr. CEO.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if that's the motion.
Yeah, we'll address that in the motion. Councillors, everyone comfortable with the amendment? So the installation of approximately 55 bike racks. All right. Any other questions, councillors, before we go into debate?
Comes off actually a very narrow part of the road, which is the other part, so
We can, councillor Mather, we can check to ensure that Main Roads has been advised or have been notified as part of the actual scoping of the project, and that they're aware, or if any of the actual trail does cross over or will impact on that before we apply for it.
we take them off, they don't come to us for some of the things they're doing in our territory. And I think it's sort of
Yeah, indeed, and I think they probably are aware of it, councillor, because the minister had a conversation with me about it during his last visit. So he's aware of the rail trail. He's very keen and enthusiastic about rail trails because he's a cyclist himself.
in principle, he might be, but may not have seen the designs. That's what I'm thinking of.
All right, we'll leave that one to you.
Yeah, can I just add though with a disclaimer that, as we all know, sometimes Department of Main Roads may not be able to get back to us in a timely manner. We need to apply for this by the 27th of August. So if there is, I can't speak for their response.
No, well, I think the issue, Sonia, is that at some stage during this process that they are consulted,
yes,
not necessarily before the submission goes in.
yes, okay, thank you.
All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr. Mayor, it's projects like this that get me really excited. Livingstone's already a very livable place to be. That's why we live here. And it's things like this that make it so much better. And especially at the moment with all the restrictions in relation to COVID. And of course, we're not immune to future problems here. And so the more outdoor space that we have is not only good for our community, whether young or for old, or for our visitors, but it adds something amazing to this area that we love to call home. And it makes people want to come here, to live here, and that those that live here to have a better time of it. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton, would you speak to it?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Only really quickly to concur with the comments made by Councillor Eastwood and to reflect that it's exciting for our community to see our role as part of the mining resource sector being recognised. For in previous years, it was ignored, regardless of the fact that prior to the last mining downturn, we had some 3,000 families who on the Capricorn coast had someone who was a miner directly engaged, who was living here on the coast yet travelling out west to engage in mining, recognising that we've seen growth in secondary industries, including the guys from Oil Industry Group, along with the stuff that we see the Real Group undertaking through Down Under Mining, that there is a huge industry basin being supported here by our community that has a direct consequence for the residents, has a direct consequence on the welfare and the well-being of the families for these men and women who are going out doing this hard slog, raising the riches out of the soil of our community. We need to make sure that in every opportunity to get a return on that and to make sure that we're investing in them, And I praise the officers for actually taking the opportunity to go, hey, we're just checking to see if we're eligible, and then to find out that we potentially are. So let's put something forward. What's the worst that can happen? They say no. So I think it's admirable that we dig in and have a crack, and even more so that finally a very large employer and contributor to the economic sustainability and wealth of this community is recognised in the mining sector.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Would anyone else like to speak to the report? All right, well, Councillor Mather? All right. I know the feeling. So we'll wrap up debate, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.8, development application for reconfiguring one lot into two, and access and service easements at 412 Scenic Highway, Roslyn. Welcome to the table, ladies. Okay, Greta. Welcome, Greta and Maddie. So I'll pass to you, Greta. Okay.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Council's received a development application for reconfiguring one lot into two lots with an access and services easement at 412 Scenic Highway, Roslyn. The site is located amongst a mixed-use area containing low-density residential zoned lots to the north and rural lots to the west and south, and environmental management and conservation zoned lots further to the west, north and east. Numerous overlays affect the site. The sandy composition and water enduring system means rural uses are unlikely to be viable over the site and adjoining sites. The proposal is for the subdivision of the subject site into two lots and access and services easement. Proposed lot 1 is 1.245 hectares in area, and proposed lot 2 is 1.689 hectares in area. The minimum lot size for this lot is 150 hectares. The proposed easement is located within Lot 1, dedicated for access and services for Lot 2. The subject lot currently contains a shed which will be retained on proposed Lot 1. Both lots will be connected to Council's reticulated water network and have vehicular access via Kempsey Avenue. The bushfire hazard overlay very slightly encroaches on the lot along the western side property boundary. The subject site does not contain mapped vegetation. However, a small portion of native vegetation is required to be cleared within the proposed access and services easement. Conditions have been included for a planting plan to be provided to offset the cleared native vegetation. Council officers' recommendation is to approve the application, as reconfiguring of the lot below the minimum lot size within the rural zone can occur if it does not limit or compromise the development of a use within the rural activities group on an adjoining rural zoned lot. The lot sizes of the proposed reconfiguration will not impact on the agricultural capacity of the land. It is highly unlikely adjoining lots will be used for agricultural primary productions due to the numerous overlays and topography of the adjoining site. Thanks.
Thanks, Greta. Any questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor, can we go back to the photographs, please, to show us what's there? I need to see the corner and where the houses are.
Yeah.
Because the top bar, the top blue section, that's very low land. The highway's like that and the houses are like that, and that comes down there. I'd like to know where the lawful point of discharge is going to be.
To the road.
It can't be to the road. It doesn't drain because it's all sand dunes all around. I had an issue there with the senior engineer, and I went down there because it wasn't draining, and what happened, the water just built up and flooded the car park on higher ground. Because I had to make sure that this wasn't the one I was thinking of, but it is. Because they dug a little hole, I suppose, be up to your knee, from here to that corner, and that was the drainage, because there was no place for the water to go.
Yeah, I'm aware of that one. Any comment, Greta?
So there is a condition
for that one. So all stormwater must achieve demonstrated lawful discharge. I apologise, I was incorrect. And must not adversely affect the upstream or downstream land when compared to pre-development condition by way of blocking, altering or diverting existing stormwater runoff patterns or cause nuisance or damaged infrastructure.
So, in layman's terms, what does that actually mean?
When they go to develop the lot for whatever purpose, they'll have to provide a plan to show how they can achieve that condition.
Can't you ask them how to do that, how they're going to do it, knowing what the area looks like? Go and have a talk to Jeff Carter, he'll tell you exactly what's happening.
So the proposal at the moment is for reconfiguring a lot. So at
Yes.
the moment, there's no design or what will go on the lots, and when that occurs, we'll have to look at it then.
Yes.
If they decide to put a dwelling on a site, it'll be dependent on where the dwelling's located, and then how they can achieve that local
Because
discharge.
the area around that is all higher and they're sand dunes. There is no place, you can't run water uphill.
So they'll have to provide us a plan to show how they can demonstrate it. I'm not sure how they'll do it. That's something that they need to provide to us. at a later stage.
I'm just wondering, Samir, if we approve an ROL and then they come back and they can't demonstrate, they've got the lot, but they've got nowhere to go. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, no construction occurs then, Councillor Mather. So if they can't demonstrate to the officers clearly and correctly that drainage will be properly achieved, then there'll be no construction approved. And ultimately, all they're asking for in this particular application is to split that block into two. Any future works, as I understand it, ladies, and please correct me, and Dave, if I'm wrong here, but any future works will be subject to a development application, and that's when the compliance matters come into play.
Yeah.
At this point, all we're doing is dividing two lots.
I understand, it sounds simple, but someone at the end of the line is going to be left with a headache as to how to do it. I'm just wondering, I mean, I know this is the process, but I'm thinking, have we got it back to front? Have we got to show demonstration? If we give you these, how are you going to do it? You know what I mean?
I understand, but I mean, that's not the requirement at this point in time. Rightly or wrongly. Councillor Watson, sorry.
So I'm just wondering, is this similar to a situation like you had down
Excuse me, Councillor Mather, can you turn your...
Sorry.
Here you are.
Sorry. Is this like a similar situation to the islands off Brisbane where the tide comes in over the block and they're unable to use that block of land? Would we end up being, and I mean the water's not going to come in, but it's the opposite, where you still can't build on it. Are we going to be liable after this if it can't be used?
No, sorry, through the chair. There's no storm tide mapped or flooding mapped over the site.
Sorry, I don't mean, what I'm getting at is the land becomes unusable, because just because it's been subdivided doesn't mean it's going to be usable. And I'm just wondering if we're going to be liable if we subdivide it, because we've shown an idea that, hey, there's possibly a block of land here for you to buy down the track because they've got approval for the land to be subdivided. And I'm just wondering if we end up being liable in the long run when they do decide to build, and there possibly isn't a way of building on that block, which is the same sort of thing that's happened down in Brisbane where those islands have got tide coming over the top of them.
Yeah, again, officers, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that, again, if council approves the division of this block into two, then what occurs from that point of view in terms of ownership, construction, etc., is a matter for due diligence of the owner or the purchaser. Well, ultimately, no, that's my understanding, is not.
And if I could just through the chair, the conditions that we impose on subdivision approvals, they need to be complied with before they receive their endorsement of the subdivision. So providing a stormwater management plan at this point is very, very difficult, near impossible to demonstrate you've complied with that without the uses. And that would be the purpose of future material change of use applications.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, can we just go to that next slide, Justine? So I've just wondered in regards to the sizing of the block. So we've got the easement that runs connecting the avenue to block number 2. Why have we, is it related to the size of the blocks that we've left that dog leg in block number 1? So you can see on the right hand side, and is that something like, is that a good outcome or is that a bad outcome? It seems like wasted space to have a parcel of land that's been split with an easement, and it would seem more logical to have it included as part of the other one, perhaps.
Sorry, so through the chair, so lot one with the road frontage along the scenic highway, is that
Yes.
what you're referring to? Yep, so it has been indicated by the owner that there could be potential residential uses in the future. So I'd say it might be a location for a dwelling to be sited. But this was the plan that the applicant provided to us.
Yeah, with the front of the property would potentially overlook the dunes and the highway along the beach.
So the road through the chair fronts Kempsey Avenue, which is where they'll get access from, but it also fronts the scenic highway road reserve to the east.
Yep.
So I think, Councillor Maver, what it shows is the intention is likely that they'll put the residential property facing out over the scenic highway as opposed onto the lower unusable land, if that's the word that would be in layman's terms. It's parallel to the scenic highway. It's down the very bottom here, which is a straight road.
Sorry,
Yeah.
is this the pointer? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll point it out, mate.
So there.
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
I'm just wondering if that's good traffic movement to allow vehicles out onto the highway when you know that you've got people, blind corners, so to speak. Yeah, yes, I know.
Yeah.
But
And that's,
Kempsey Avenue is one would think it's the access.
yeah, and Councillor Watson's correct. I mean, the access is already there, so, I mean, we potentially maybe, additional lots may increase the traffic in and out of that intersection, but at this point in time, it's already there.
Yes, it's been upgraded to cater for, because it was dangerous.
All right. Councillor Bello.
Yep, I've actually got two questions now. The first one, so the applicant has come to council and identified that this land is suitable for their purposes, one would believe, and they've nominated here in the site and locality that the proposed telecommunications tower, which will be
That's the
located.
wrong one.
Wrong application. In that case, I will just back here. I'll go back to the beginning. I'll go back to so they've proposed this site is suitable for their purposes. There we go. Fantastic. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
It's all right. Look, I'll give him a hard shovel so I can dig that hole a bit deeper.
I'm just thinking about steps in the big one.
All right. Any other questions? Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can we get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor, Hutton, your portfolio. Thank you. Seconded, Councillor Eastwood. All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? All right. Anyone speaking against?
I'm not speaking against, I'm just going to make sure I know what I am voting on, Mr Chair, so could you just... Yeah, that's the
11.8. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report? As seconder?
Well, not really, Mr Mayor, just to say that, the person's made the application, it's gone through the officer's approval, I'm quite happy to support that.
All right, thank you. All right. Council, we'll go to the vote on it. So all in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Did you get the fours and against? Right. 11.9, which is a development application for development permit for a material change of use for a telecommunications facility at 8 Clayton's Road, Lammermoor. All right. Ladies, over to you again.
Just wait for the...
Right, yeah.
I think the CEO knows where this one is. He's been there.
So council has received a development application for a telecommunications tower at 80 Clayton Road, Lammermoor. The application was triggered due to the proposed telecommunications tower height exceeding 25 metres, being located within the scenic amenity overlay and landslide hazard overlay, and parts of the access route being mapped with biodiversity. The site is a large rural lot which adjoins residential lots to the north, the Shoals, and there is an approval for 1 lot into 34 lot subdivision to the east at 90 Clayton Road. The location will provide improved mobile and internet service to Tarangamba, Toowoomba, Lammermoor and Roslyn. Due to the topography of Yeppoon and the area in which requires the upgrade, a tower must be located within proximity and high elevation to ensure signal is not blocked by other hills. The tower will be located at the southeastern side of the subject site. Access to the site is via the existing access driveway. The access will remain mostly unsealed with a small portion sealed with bitumen to allow all-weather access, which is shown in green. Once constructed, the site will be attended 2 to 4 times a year for maintenance. The tower will be approximately 33.5 metres tall, located within a 15 metre by 15 metre fenced compound. Council has assessed the current proposal, however there may be additions in the compound in the future as per the provisions of the Telecommunications Low Impact Facilities Determination 2018. The applicant has provided a photo montage from Buckingham Avenue and Chandler Road showing the location and appearance of the proposed telecommunication tower facility. The applicant has advised the tower is shown in a darker than reality colour in the montage, as using the colour proposed for the tower in the montage makes it difficult to see. So this is Buckingham Avenue, and there is the Chandler Road montage. As you can see from the slides, the red dot being the proposed telecommunication tower location, and the blue dots where I have measured to. The distance the proposed telecommunications tower will be from the dwelling houses within the surrounding area vary from 220 metres to the dwelling house on the subject site to 530 metres to the closest adjoining lot along June Circle. The applicant provided the environmental electromagnetic energy report with the application showing exposure limits within the legislative requirements of the Australian Radiation Protection and Nuclear Safety Agency. Clearing of mapped vegetation will be required for the facility, buffer area and access route. However, the facility and buffer area is not mapped. The access route will require removal of approximately 24 trees with 6 other trees impacted. An ecological assessment report was provided to support the application and will be an approved document. The facility will be located behind existing large trees which will be retained to create vegetation screening. Council Officer's recommendation is to approve the application as the facility is providing an essential service to the current and future residents of the surrounding area. Thank you. Any questions?
Through the chair,
Yes,
I have numerous questions, so I ask leave the table to ask these numerous questions, if that is fine with my colleagues. So on page 72 of the agenda, it's stated here electromagnetic energy for health. And it also states that based on the advice of the Australian Government and peak health agencies such as the World Health Organisation, mobile base stations do not pose a risk to health. At this stage, the proposed facility does not include a 5G technology. So my first question is this correct that once the tower is installed and erected, that other proposed service providers may install this 5G technology in the future?
Through the chair, there is a telecommunications determination which allows them to do certain things without council approval. Not sure if Maddie can elaborate.
Yes, Councillor, you're right. An additional dish by a different provider can meet certain thresholds that are within that legislation, so it sets out very clearly what can be determined as low impact and what needs to come to council.
Thank you. So could you just let us know again how close this is to the nearest property? Because from my understanding, back in 2018, there was a proposed development for future residential lots to be situated closer to the tower than what's currently there.
So the existing dwelling on the existing site is 220 metres from the proposed telecommunications facility, with the other lots further away. I haven't done a measurement to the approved lots on the eastern side of the lot. At this stage it may have an approval, but development of those lots has not been undertaken yet.
Okay, so we don't know the proximity to
No,
those future proposed lots. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I do have some more questions. As town planners, are you aware of any diminishing property valuations in the past that may have occurred with the installation of these towers?
Property value isn't a planning matter that we
No,
can.
but you're not aware of anything in the past? No. Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. These are just some questions. Livingstone actually has a natural beauty, and for many decades, our residents in our region have protected the coast's scenic qualities. So my question is there, how does this affect any scenic qualities in relation to the outlook for residents along the coast, or does this impact that scenic beauty that we hold dear on our coast by having this tower?
So we did do an assessment against the scenic amenity overlay, and the public viewer places that was chosen in the it was Capricorn Coast Landscape 2005, and those viewer places are actually facing towards the coast, not down the coast where this would be located. So it's not it's not within our viewer place visual.
Okay. Being, what did you say, 33.5 metres tall, and would this then, where it's situated, place it into an area that would be approximately 100 metres above sea level?
I'm not sure. I don't have the about.
Would you be able to see it from Wreck Point?
You may or may not. It really, I'm not sure. The idea of Wreck Point is to view the coast, and that's our viewer place is towards the coast.
Okay. One last bit of information in relation to going back to page 72, and it does say about the World Health Organization, mobile base stations do not pose a risk to health. In other reports on the internet, and for sure we can't always trust the internet, and I get that, but in other reports it says that the World Health Organization has classified all radio frequency radiation as a possible carcinogen. You know, and here in the report it says that does not pose a risk to health. So how can we evaluate? You know, sometimes it states that it's not opposed to the risk of health, but then the WHO says, well, it's certainly possibly carcinogenic.
Sorry, through the chair, there is a separate governing body in terms of the health and electromagnetics, and it's not something that's assessed through this council assessment. It's done through a separate body.
Sure. And just to confirm that you said just a moment ago that once it's installed, other providers can or may be able to install their own dishes up there that have 5G technology. Okay, and we're not sure the distance between the future proposed development because nothing's happened with it at this stage, but it was put into council back in 2018. So we don't know the distance between the residential blocks there and the tower at this stage.
No, I can do a measure if you would like, but I do not have it on hand.
You can take that on notice. Thank you very much. One last question, and thank you all for your patience. Are there any plans in place to minimise our stormwater runoff and possible erosion from the erection of the tower?
Just grab the conditions. So there are conditions imposed that earthworks associated must not at any time in any way adversely restrict, impair or change the natural flow of runoff water to cause nuisance to adjoining properties. And there's also information about vegetation and the erosion control and stormwater control management plan that has to be implemented for the site.
Okay, and access to the site, sorry, I did say that was the last one, my apologies everyone. Access to the site will be a sealed road from is it Clayton Road? Sorry.
So it's just, it's off Clayton Road, it's
Off
the
Clayton Road,
existing-
and just into the actual tower itself, or would the access for the residences along that particular area also be sealed under the conditions?
No, so there's, sorry, I'll just get this back. Oh, it doesn't want to work for me. It's, there we go. Oh. Control. Okay. Yep. Yep. So this green section here at the top, that's the area which will be sealed. The existing access is a dirt access, and that will stay as is, with this portion being the only portion sealed.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Councillors, any other questions? Councillor Hutton. Sorry, Councillor Hutton was first. Oh, all right, Councillor Mather.
Just an observation, there were no submitters to this application.
Yes, there were. Yes, there were.
Oh,
There were
it says Neil
6.
here.
6
Neil.
properly made ones.
Neil, I read somewhere. Yes, I was on the previous one like councillor.
Councillor Hutton, we'll go to you.
I did just want to ask a question around the land zoning for the properties around this parcel. I was finding it quite hard from the maps that were provided to connect it back into the town plan. Can you tell us about the zoning for the lands around it?
Yep. So this is rural here, with residential lots through Lammermoor and the Shoals area there. However, this lot and other lots around it are to the west are rural.
They go. Sorry, Steve.
Councillor Hutton, have you finished?
So just following up, so I've now found the parcel of land that it's on, so I appreciate that because I can recognise it from the planning scheme map. So the land around it is identified as all rural at the moment, and there are no change applications that have been made at all in regards to that.
No, there is, as I previously mentioned, there is a area to the east that has a development application for a subdivision, but at this stage we haven't received any further applications. So it's just this area here. No.
Question again, Councillor Hutton? All good? Okay. Councillor Mather. Sorry, Councillor Mather was first.
It was my mistake. I was looking, the NIL meant referral agencies. I'd highlighted actually. The access road to the site via Clayton's Road. I know that little track there, but is that the one that they're going to be using to get to the top of that site?
So
Yeah,
that
because there's a couple of houses there that would need to go past, if that is the access road.
yeah, sorry, through the chair. So the access road is up past these houses at June Circle. It's the existing access road for the dwelling house on the site, and then a separate a new internal access will be constructed.
So the houses that the access road would go past, are they all covered with seal? They all seal that section of the road?
No, it's the existing road.
Like the existing road I'm talking about?
Yep, so it's just a dirt road, the existing road behind those
But they're
properties.
using that to get to the site, but it's not going to be sealed? Well, why would we let that happen?
Sorry, through the chair. So the site will only be visited 2 to 4 times annually. So it's not anticipated that the dust will cause additional dust. And there is a requirement during the construction for the dust to be mitigated.
Yes. What we know, Mr. Mayor, what we understand is that once these things are constructed and there's a track, a known track, a designated track, formed track to get to them, the motorbikes have a good time on those. Four-wheel drivers and motorbikes. It's historical. And to try to keep them out is one thing, but if they're going to be doing it on a weekend basis or on holiday basis, they're going to be creating dust. That's what I'm thinking.
I guess the question I have then is, that track already exists, but it's going to be fenced, I would assume.
So it's the existing owner's access to her dwelling house, so it's on private property.
Yep.
It won't be fenced, it'll be used for the owner and the use of the
Right, okay.
contractors for the site.
All right.
Can we ask them to seal past the houses? I don't think that's unreasonable.
They are only visiting the site 2 to 4 times per year,
Yes.
so that's
Yeah, that's,
very minimal. There is a condition here. The developer must design, construct and maintain a safe and trafficable internal access of the existing access track that is suitable for the traffic generated by the development, and so as not to create dust nuisance to the neighbouring properties.
Can we go one step further and ask them to make it, have a surface there that does not create dust? I mean, whether it be soil binder, whether it be bitumen.
well, I think, Councillor, with respect,
They can always argue with us.
bitumen's a big ask. It's a significant cost. Yeah, it would be unreasonable.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a two-way traffic thing, but
It doesn't matter. I mean,
because we're going to impose an access, a lawful access to a site, going past houses, knowing it's going to create dust, and yet we're going to let it happen. It might only be a couple of times, but I'm saying it's a track that's known to fellas with four-wheel drivers and.
well, I think you'll get that challenge, Councillor. I think they'll deem that to be an unreasonable condition to impose.
And I think the acknowledgement that there's an existing lawful access point, and it's only until we get past the existing lawful access point that we're asking for, like, there is existing access for the existing residents that live up there to access it as many times as they like a day. They could do it 10, 50, whatever. These people have said that they're willing to give a portion of their property 250 metres away from their house further up the hill. So additional access needs to be created for that length of access. It has been conditioned to be sealed. I'm not sure that we could go back and ask them for them to do any further. I think that would be unreasonable.
Well, if you don't live there, it's not unreasonable.
Well, I don't know that this is going to get any traction, Councillor Mather. So,
Question, Mr Chair.
Councillor Bello.
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Hutton's questioning before about surrounding potential residential development that may come into the future, and you nominate the distance currently now at 220 odd metres, I believe. I better check, am I on the right report this time? We are, okay, that's good. So is there a minimum distance that these towers are required to be from residential properties?
From
Just through the chair, not under our planning scheme, no.
Because what's interesting, I was trying to just do the research myself to see whether there is a minimum distance, and it appears that there isn't. So, because the question would be, if there was, for example, then you would anticipate that wherever future development that was going to occur would have to be outside of that minimum distance, and ultimately there's not. So it's not going to quarantine the valuable land around this telecommunications facility in the event it was approved because of its sheer presence there. Future developments can occur, and it's within the parameters of the Telecommunications Act and all that sort of thing. Thank you.
Not yet, Councillor, no. All right, we're still in question time.
I was just answering.
Well, we'll leave that for debate. All right. Any other questions of the officers, Councillor? Councillor Eastwood.
Just have a question in relation to the location. A couple of these have come up before, and they always seem to be on the boundaries of properties. And I was just wondering, given the topography of the land there, is there any possibility that the tower could actually be more internally within the block? Because I know that maybe if I purchased land, I probably wouldn't want to have it on my boundary. That was all.
through the chair. So the site actually drops quite steeply just beside the proposed tower, and there is additional mapped vegetation and habitat further within the site, and this location was chosen to avoid that clearing and to keep the existing areas of higher habitat connected, and that's why this location was proposed.
That actually brings me to another question, Mr Mayor. The adjoining lot itself then, has that got quite steep topography? Is it like, without
To the
this, no, this,
west?
so, down here, is that usable land, so to speak?
Through the chair, I guess it depends what you'd like to use it for. It does.
For dwelling,
It does slope. It does.
quite steep. This one,
It does slope down. That is the highest point
Yeah, yeah.
within that area.
that's what I thought.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Okay, thank you. All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. I'll get a seconder, please. Councillor Bello, thank you. All right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay. Anyone speaking against? Okay. Would anyone else like to speak for it? Councillor Eastwood, you're seconding? I'm sorry, Councillor Bello, I beg your pardon. You're seconding? You like twins? Yeah. Okay, so no comments, Councillor Bello? Nothing to add?
Happy, somewhat happy or kind of happy to support this on the basis that to vote against it, if we were all successful and we voted against it, I think it actually is a step backwards in terms of the importance of advancing communications, which we all agree is vital. And without going round and round in circles about whether we think this is good for our health or not, the evidence that I can rely on is fairly compelling that the location there is a suitable location for it. However, I respect the rights of those people that live close by who have objected. Totally understand that and respect that, but I'm prepared to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Bello. All right, we'll wrap up debate, councillors, and go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 3. Motion is carried. 11:10, councillors. Development permit for a material change of use for a function facility. And we'll recognise Mr. Trevor Lyle. Welcome to the table. And pass to you on this one.
Wait, slides already? Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Today I'll be presenting a report for the development application for a function facility at 696 Lake Mary Road, Lake Mary. So the site is located in the rural zone. It is approximately 164 hectares in area. It has limited mature vegetation and adjoins Limestone Creek to the north. So the proposed function facility will be predominantly used for weddings, but will also be available for other functions. The function facility will be located in an area just to the south of a wider area of Limestone Creek, which forms a small lake. And we use one of the existing farm sheds for a function room with an allocated kitchen area for food storage and preparation. The function facility will be located approximately 1 kilometre from the nearest dwelling house, which is located to the south. And there will be sufficient area for parking and manoeuvring of any vehicles associated with the use. So the application was publicly notified for 15 business days between 9th of June and 2nd of July 2021, during which time there are 2 properly made submissions received. The matters raised in the submissions included, among other concerns, were the impacts on wildlife due to increased noise and vegetation clearing, and the condition of the Lake Mary Road. So since the report has been prepared and sent to council, the draft conditions were emailed to the applicant, and they had a couple of queries with a couple of them. One of the conditions was decided to be retained as it was, and there was an agreement to change one of the conditions from condition 3.2 to amend the parking and access. So parking and associated vehicle manoeuvring areas from the edge of the existing internal access way must be sealed, and it's agreed to change that to All vehicle manoeuvring areas associated with proposed development must be upgraded as necessary and maintained to be safe and trafficable for the traffic generated by the development, and so as not to create dust nuisance to the neighbouring properties. So, in summary, based on the report, the officer recommendation is to approve the development subject to reasonable and relevant conditions and infrastructure charges notice for $8,260 in accordance with council policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Question, Councillor Mather? Hutton, sorry.
Yes, Jonathan, just in regards to the submission that asked about the access to the property, can you give us some detail around the access to the property and how it's been conditioned to meet?
Yeah. So that's the one about the vegetation going to happen and the lights going into the property, and that one, I believe. I think the applicant has removed some of the vegetation near the access, which has led to headlights from vehicles entering the property shining into the submitter's house. And they did mention also about the proposed cattle grid near the entrance, making it difficult for trucks, etc. Well, in relation to the cattle grid, that's not part of it. That's not really a planning matter. So, I mean, if somebody's got a rural property and they want to put a cattle grid there, that's sort of their matter to do it. I believe it was on the access to his own property that the cattle grid was when I went out on site. Oh yeah, thank you. And yes, there was also the standard condition for the operating procedures. So any lighting devices associated with development must be positioned and shielded so not to cause glare or nuisance to the adjoining property owners and any nuisance. And I think it's, when I went out inside, it's a bit difficult to tell, but I can't really see exactly how that, I don't know exactly what was going on, but where the lights would shine in, the way they're accessing. So, you can really see, so when you're entering from, can't really see, you're entering from Lake Mary Road down here into here. So you're turning from this road into there. There's not really any dwelling houses down there. I think the house is more here, so I'm not sure where, maybe it might be just driving on his internal access road, might be a bit of glare going that way. It's the only thing I can think of that might be. That's an internal access road, yeah.
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I was trying to work out on the maps where it actually is in relation to the Lake Mary Road and all that.
Yeah.
Is it anywhere near the Flora Fauna Reserve area? I was trying to work out where it was on that road, that's all. Sorry? We're not in Kawarrell, are we?
No, we're on Lake Mary Road.
Yeah.
At the back
Lake Mary Road.
At the back of Bungendara.
So Lake Mary Road's to the south there. You've got Limestone Creek, obviously that's the lake part of the Limestone Creek sort of heads up this way. So there's probably a good, probably 5 kilometres or so, I think, roughly, maybe more, since you turn off Old Byfield Road. I don't know if I have a holiday plan there.
There we go.
Yeah. That's Lake Mary Road down the bottom there. And Byfield Road probably double that maybe, even a bit more to the east. That's Serpentine, I think. Is it? Yeah. Is it Serpentine? Yeah.
Go back through the lakes themselves.
Yeah.
Todd's Road and all those areas. They've been locked up.
Councillor Watson, have we answered your question?
I've been receiving emails from another group of people who are complaining about development at the end of Drews's Road. And I was trying to work out if it lined up. It is different?
Different.
Okay, that's right. In my head I was trying to work out if, you don't know where things line up with in the background. And I just wasn't sure.
Different development application. Yep.
No, Councillor Watson wasn't the only one. I wanted to know where it lined up with Drews's as well.
All right, Councillor Frenton, question?
Yes, certainly. Thank you, through the chair. In regards to the as-constructed shed that they're planning to use within this development, how many pedestals are required for a public function centre? It doesn't impact the development application, or would that come in under the building compliance?
I don't know how many pedestals will be required. When I went out on site, that shed did look quite sturdy and quite strong. That it built, this thing, but I think it would have to be certified to a certain class of building under the Building Act. So whatever requirements it would be for that would be what they require in that shed.
Sure, okay. And obviously, when this has gone through the many different council departments in relation to wildlife, roads, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Do we know what sort of activities they're proposing?
It's predominantly weddings, I think, and the other thing I sort of mentioned is maybe like some sort of business activities occasionally, like business, like those bonding sort of things or that.
What was it?
Like convention type things, maybe you did team bonding type things.
Oh, I was a bit worried about what you just said then, that's all.
Oh, yeah. No.
Bondage, I better get that. Well, we have to be clear here.
Yes. And also I think he's talked about some sort of school activities as well, so maybe utilising that lake and something.
Yeah. Now, my only comment is to me, I mean, we've got another one of these coming up on Druce's Road by the sound of it. It brings him back to another application that was where rural land. We're getting away from the intent of rural land, where we're going to have functions and extra activities in rural land which could compromise people using primary production in the future.
Well, I guess the response I provide to that, Councillor Mather, is that this application is from the owner of the property, and he clearly sees this as an opportunity for him to expand his revenue base, because he wants to diversify. He doesn't want to be totally reliant on cattle. So it's an opportunity, I think, for him to enter into a different line of, as I said, a line of income generation. And ultimately, I mean, I'm not really in the business of second guessing his motivations, because he's the owner.
Yeah, I understand that, and he was hit with the site at the fires too. He was substantially hit with the fires. I understand that, and I guess hard times tells people to diversify where you can, and I understand that. It just brings me back to another situation where we seem to be just moving on to rural land for other activities that should have been and could have been brought home closer to the CBDs of the townships. That's all, because we might as well just expand our area of development now, so we know, so people have some certainty, because it seems like you go out there, some of them, this is what they tell you, they go out there for the peace and quiet. They may not have a few cows, they may have just a couple of horses and a few goats.
Councillor Mather, I think you're making a statement here as opposed to a question.
Yeah, I'm just asking, are we going to allow this to proliferate? If so, we need to start addressing it now.
Well, I think without putting, Councillor Mather, without putting words in the officer's mouth, I think we deal with these as they arise on an individual basis.
We've got to be before the game, Mr Mayor, too. We just don't want to be caught up, that's all.
All right, thanks, Councillor Mather. Councillor Hutton?
Happy to move it, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right, any other questions of the officers, please? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Friend, thank you. Right, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yeah, just very quickly, Mr Mayor. I appreciate the time that the officers have taken in this. I understand that our community is known at the moment as the wedding capital of central Queensland, with people coming from everywhere to get married here, and so much so that we have wedding celebrants who have not got weekends for the next 2 years in advance booked out, and we have a number of venues who are suffering under that same condition because there is such a desire to get married and they want to do it in our area because of the livability that Councillor Eastwood talked about earlier. In regards to this particular application, I think it's important that we've encouraged and seen applicants come through the process and get approvals, making sure that we'd like all of people in the same state to do the same thing. But more importantly, it's provide an opportunity for the residents who had concern to have those concerns aired, and where possible to have them conditioned. I can appreciate there was some concern in regards to the cattle grate and to the access. I take on board the advice of the officer as to how that's being managed, and I commend these people for going through the process, getting it done right, so that we can have a safe environment, and as the Mayor mentioned, have a diversification of the income drawn from that land for both the good times and the bad.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. You want to speak?
Well, away to Mr Mayor. Yeah, just in regards to that condition, in the recommendation that was in the original report, it's still got the old condition in there, so just make sure that all the councillors are happy with that new condition for condition 3.2 to be amended in the recommendation.
Right. Yep. Okay, councillors, so we'll close debate. Councillor Mather, you got the light
Just
on.
one last question, if I may, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
Contribution for road upgrade. Because if we're going to have vehicle, you know, like
Yep,
we would
understand,
anywhere
yep.
else, there's nothing there about that.
Right, let's go to
There's
the
nothing.
officers on that one.
Road
one's that, sorry?
contribution.
Is there a contribution to the road upgrade?
I don't believe there would be road conditional. There's a standard infrastructure charges, so the infrastructure charges does cover some of
Infrastructure charges.
the infrastructure charges of $8,620, and part of that component would cover road and transport.
$1,000.
Yeah.
8,000.
Yeah.
8,000. Okay, thank you.
All right. So councillors, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Friend. All those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much, councillors. Yes. Yes. 11:11, response to notice of motion, greening Tanby Road. So we have Mr Mazafari and Mr Kerr joining us. Welcome, gentlemen, and I'll pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, Mayor, CEO and councillors. This report is in response to the notice of motion of greening Tanby Road. A recommendation as a result of the notice of motion was that council seek a streetscape cost-benefit analysis of the greening of Tanby Road between Yeppoon, Rockhampton Road and Old Rockhampton Road, which is to be considered part of the 21-22 budget. Matt Kerr is the coordinator of open spaces. I'll now hand over to Matt to talk to the report and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Through this notice of motion, the discussion's been had between different parties across council, gathering advice from every department and considerations. Look at the opportunity to landscape ultimately Tanby Road. Through the conversations that were had with staff and departments of council, some considerations were about the restrictions of plantings in that particular location. And that really started the conversation around the water mains and infrastructure that is under that site. Further conversation was around the age of that infrastructure. In addition to that, there was some engineering services provided from Ausroads as a guide in what could be considered to be planted in that particular space, with some restrictions based on plants, species, and ultimately whether the flora and fauna would become a habitat for animals and the like from Ausroads. So there's a bit of a guide there in relation to that as well. The costings from a landscaping perspective are also mentioned that irrigation would need to be provided at those particular mediums, in addition to drainage in those mediums. The report talks about the costs associated with those strip drainages and the existing drainage systems to one of the mediums. Council hadn't, considered landscaping those islands for the infrastructure that's already existence and have concrete those mediums previously. But now it's about the opportunity to look at pressing on or not pressing on with the islands and what vegetation could occur in those mediums, but the infrastructure as well needs to be considered for its replacement. Otherwise, you can either landscape it or then remove the landscaping and then change the infrastructure. It could intermittently be a double cost to council as a short measure on landscaping, or it could be ultimately wait till the infrastructure is rectified and then press on with appropriate landscaping for the long-term plan of land, that streetscape notice of motion.
Through the chair, I have a question.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Chair. Matthew and Dave, just a quick one. On this particular resolution that we resolved to receive the report in response to the notice of motion in regarding the greening of Tanby Road, to receive this report means that it's not to go further at this time before the major infrastructure is either looked at, upgraded, etc. Is that correct? Just wanting to clarify it for the table.
Yeah,
That's correct. Our discussion is around doing all those things first and then landscaping when appropriate. It's horse not before the cart. It follows good practice.
Thank you. I'll move this, Mr Mayor.
All right. Any other questions? As Councillor Friend has highlighted, we are just receiving this report, councillors. We're not actually endorsing any actions to take place. All right. Moved, Councillor Friend. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to second this one? No? All right. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report at all?
I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, officers, for this comprehensive report. We appreciate your time in bringing it back to the table. But being an industrial area of Tamby Road, it has major infrastructure, as we know, along the length of the median strips, and as the report states, that the infrastructure is about 40 to 45 years of age, and it must have plantings with root systems that must not grow to the length into that infrastructure. As the area is also heavy in traffic, we don't want future Livingstone to spend money, time and inconvenience for motorists repairing pipe and otherwise infrastructure which may damage due to the roots of the plants. This road is littered with property accesses, and visibility for entering and exiting these properties may be impacted by these plantings. As the report states, the capital works in this area outweigh the benefit of undertaking landscape works, and it's just really, on a personal note from me, it's a shame that 50 years ago this council approved this to be an industrial area in the location it is. And that is the huge disappointment for myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. And I guess with foresight, we can predict lots of things. All right, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Mather, in the absence of any other comment. Sorry? You make a comment? All right, Councillor Hutton.
I want to offer my thanks to the officers for the time that they've invested in this. While it can be quite daunting to consider that no action for 30 years for the sake of infrastructure is a cost efficiency, we also obviously every day live the livability of the environment and the space that we create. We recognise that the Tamby Road precinct is an area that is in transition. It's recognised in the town plan as being somewhere that's transitioning from light industry to something more in the lines of commercial and residential over time, and we're seeing that at the very top of Tamby Road already starting to take place. While I am ultimately, I guess, disappointed in the lack of a positive pathway forward that I can see, that we are going to be making visible improvements to the aesthetics both of this area and the environmental qualities, I do acknowledge the officers' positioning, and I can only hope that with the passing of time and recognising that we could have had awfully tall trees if they'd been planted this year and in 30 years' time, that maybe there are more creative solutions to be found that just need to be at some stage addressed. I mean, if we can have Singapore Airport that has parallel running to it large tree planting boxes all the way along the highway so that they don't have root systems that go into the ground but actually provide air quality additions, maybe that's something that in the future that we could have addressed. When we can have situations where people in Iraq, Afghanistan, can actually have vertical gardens and things that actually produce and are there to try and capture some of the pollutions that are occurring on high-use roads, maybe there's a creative opportunity there for us. And I hope that in accepting this today, which I imagine will be the action of the table because it is a report that is respectful of the officers' efforts, that we don't go, well, this is a case closed and there's nothing that we should do for the next 30 years until we dig up a sewer pipe, because if we choose to take such actions, then we are choosing to neglect both our community and we're choosing to neglect an important part of the first entry point to our community for a lot of people coming in and out, either on their daily travel commute or people who are travelling from elsewhere. So I think there's still plenty of opportunity there. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more creative. Perhaps it's a little bit of outside of the box thinking, but I can understand where we're coming from in terms of progressing this, and I acknowledge that to the table.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton.
Excuse me,
councillors.
Mr Mayor, may I not make a statement but just put a suggestion forward? Is it too late to do so?
No, I don't think so, councillors. We're still in debate.
Thank you. So my suggestion forward is it possible to contemplate contacting all of those private businesses and those residential properties along that particular road with some form of idea on how to perhaps have a hanging garden with some kind of rebate perhaps that may work out more beneficial for council and still gain that green space on those private properties. Thank you.
Mr. Mazumar,
Councillor.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr.
Demoted
Chair, just to, I suppose, reiterate exactly what Councillor Hutton's saying, yeah, no, it's not going to be parked for the next 30, 40, 50 years. One of the things that we've been very proactive through Matt Kerr and the team is going visiting other local government areas and finding some ways that they're looking outside the box. Interesting conversation was held with Whit Sunday in regards to what they're trying to do, and interesting they're going down the same journey that this is in regards to how they can actually improve but still be very aware of the old infrastructure on the place. So no, it's not parking that. Thanks for coming off the table. We are exploring other avenues. We haven't gone down that road yet. I want to have a look at what other local governments are doing. Whit Sunday with their climate hub is a really good one to talk to, but I can assure the table that this not off the table. We are going to look at other avenues apart from this.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mazafari. All right, councillors, I'm going to wrap up debate now and we'll go to the vote on this. So we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, a seconder and Councillor Mather. All in favour of receiving the report? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you to the officers. Councillors, we might sneak in 12.1 before we go to lunch. Thank you. So this is the notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to costings for the upgrade or refurbishment of clip chairs at the Yeppoon Town Hall. So Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to your report, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the opportunity to submit this notice of motion. The singular click-in chairs located at the Town Hall were first delivered sometime between mid and late 2011. Since that time, they have been used tremendously by many people, many private functions, many productions of our local choral society, and lots of different functions at the Town Hall. So these chairs are incredibly uncomfortable, and I myself sat in the chairs for over about 2.5 hours watching the latest production with my elderly family, not including my husband if he's watching. And so these chairs are really not very good for your lower back, pins and needles in people's legs. As I left the production, many people were saying how they ached. Here in council, and being a former officer of council, we do pride ourselves on the ergonomics that we give in workplace health and safety. We have stand-up desks for our staff. We have specialised chairs for those that require it and if need be. We teach them how to sit correctly. We teach our staff to really look after their health. But we're leaving these particular chairs in the town hall for our constituents, our ratepayers to use, and they can end up with severe pain. So I've asked for a report to come back with costings. Will it be more viable to just recover them and repad them? Would it be more viable to just basically purchase new chairs? These were purchased under Rockhampton Regional Council, and everything at that time was, done on the cheap, so to speak. So we deserve to give our constituents and those people that use our town hall a little bit of comfort. So I'm not asking us to replace the chairs, I'm just asking for a report to come back with costings to see what is viable for our council and what we can afford to give our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Easton.
I think I've got it right because the very uncomfortable chairs I'm thinking about are the ones in the grandstand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll second that.
So the grandstand chairs are not the ones we're talking about. They're really uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're the ones
They're,
I want to
and they certainly do need to be looked at. They're extremely uncomfortable, and of course they were built for little people. So at this stage, and obviously overseas, and at this stage we're currently just looking at the other ones that click into each other, or they're singular chairs. We can look at both if the officers wish to bring back a report on the grandstand seating, which is the hydraulic seating, and both the singular chairs also. But all the chairs there are uncomfortable.
The grandstand chairs are absolutely terrible. No.
Yeah, and if the officers could bring a report back for all of the chairs, that would be fantastic. But in particular, I was speaking of these particular singular chairs.
Well, then perhaps councillors, you might entertain a rewording of the recommendation.
Definitely.
Right, so that council resolved for officers to bring a report back to councillors for options and costings for seating arrangements within Yeppoon Town Hall. You okay with that, councillor Friend?
Yes.
Office.
Or replacement of all seating arrangements.
The refurbishment of all seating
Of all seating.
within, currently at Yeppoon Town Hall. Happy with that, councillor Friend?
Definitely happy with that. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
Okay, any other questions of councillor Friend? All right, so councillor Eastwood, are you seconding this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so mover and councillor Friend. Question?
Chair, yeah, the question is, probably looking for advice both from councillor Friend and Cale as to how to potentially amalgamate. There are a number of concerns at the town hall. Right, they've been raised by councillor Friend. Only recently, the Coral Society raised that their lighting is really, really poor. It's costing major inconvenience to them. So I'm aware that there's probably more than one option at the town hall, but so we don't address them in a piecemeal fashion. Is there a way that we can maybe condense something more strategic that provides the myriad of costings that have been identified there that is rightly been pointed out here, but there are also some other really pressing issues there?
Well, I guess I'm not discounting that issue, councillor Bello, but I think we probably need to identify if we're going to do that, what all of the issues are, not just the ones that have come to our attention. I'm sure there are plenty that need to be addressed that we don't know about. Hopefully not too many. Yeah, that's right.
Through the chair, I'm happy to include into this recommendation that I want to keep the wording as it is, but have a addition to the wording that states for a report on all maintenance required at the Yeppoon Town Hall, because I am aware of the lighting also, but I thought in this particular one, which I'd already sent in before the lighting became apparent to me, that we would at least concentrate on the chairs and then move on to whatever else is needed. But you're quite right about the lighting, and I know that you were notified about that. So perhaps keep the wording as it is, and a report for all maintenance required. Perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it was
Mr.
only
Chair?
certainly one of the key stakeholders there of the town hall, being the Coral Society, have identified that, hey, the lighting's really, really appalling. Can we do something about it? So it's in the customer pathways. It's going through that at the moment. All I'm asking is, I guess, with the approval of Councillor Friend, whether it could be included in there, as our stakeholders have nominated it as an important element in the hall. So,
Well, if we're going to do it, we might as well do it all. As you say, though, be careful what you wish for. All right, so we'll just change the wording on that to read that that council resolves. That council resolves for officers to bring a report back to councillors.
Mr.
And
Mayor?
then colon. 1. For options and costings for both the refurbishment or replacement of all seating currently, Town Hall. And 2 for all maintenance required on at the Town Hall. And we can wordsmith that now, all right? We've got something to start with. Councillor Friend?
Mr. Mayor, all maintenance, this could end up being building maintenance, it could be ceiling, floor,
Exactly.
etc. So instead of all maintenance, how about at this time, we're talking about seating and lighting, and we note those two?
Well, I thought you wanted to look at all maintenance.
Well, we do want to look at all maintenance, but then it does get bigger than Ben Hur, so we want to concentrate on certain issues such as the chairs,
Yeah,
and also perhaps the lighting at this stage.
well, that was my previous point, because if you're going to get costings on all maintenance, you want to be sitting down when you get it, I think.
Yes.
So, because we did have the letter from the Coral Society that also talked about concerns around mould and other things in that same space, rodents in the town hall.
So would it be lighting and pest management?
Well, I mean, let's just resolve on lighting at this point, if you're comfortable with that.
Yes,
All right?
definitely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All lighting maintenance required, maintenance or upgrades. No, I think there's lighting issues in the dressing room too, aren't there? Yeah. Yep. All right, so everyone comfortable with the wording? I'll just read it out, councillors, so that people... Okay, that covers it. All right, so get rid of the 4. That council resolve for officers to bring the following reports back to councillors. 1, options and costings for both the refurbishment or replacement of all seating currently at the Yeppoon Town Hall. And 2, lighting maintenance upgrades required at Yeppoon Town Hall or required at Yeppoon Town Hall. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to continue to move that, and I'm happy with the wording if Councillor Eastwood is.
Okay, Councillor Eastwood, you happy with that word? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, do you want to talk to the recommendation again?
No, thank you. We've said enough.
All right, okay. So we're happy to go to the vote on this now, councillors? All right. So I've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconder Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And I'll move a procedural motion that we adjourn for lunch. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon, yeah. The CEO is wrapping up on the internal audit matter that's laying on the table at the moment, too, councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In response to Councillor Hutton's question, Sir Carolyn Eagle, who's one of the principals of the recommended firm, last participated on the Audit Committee in March 2017. There are currently no exclusions in the adopted terms of reference for the Audit Committee or audit function. The recommended terms of reference that Councillor Hutton referred to earlier today was proposing 5 years. It's more likely to be 3 as a result of those ongoing discussions. The exclusions apply to the Audit Committee only, not necessarily to the internal auditor, but it follows that a similar principle would be applied. Likewise, we're not contracting Carolyn Eagle, rather the firm that Carolyn Eagle happens to be a part of. For all 4 of those reasons, we would continue with our recommendations to appoint Pacifica as the internal audit service provider.
And for your reference, councillors, we're on 11.4, which is the recommendation of appointment for internal audit services. So, procedural motion to remove that from the table. You've got that? I will do. I'll move that. Okay, all in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, we'll deal with 11.4 then, councillors. and get that out of the way before lunch. So, is there any need for further discussion, councillors, or are you happy just to go to the vote on this? All right, I'm happy to move this, or someone, second, moved myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry, okay, councillor. Just hungry. Floor is yours, councillor.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I won't take long. I did just want to acknowledge the efforts of officers over the last 2 years to reshape how the internal audit function of council is undertaken, and that I take no concern if we were not the gold standard in the last 12 months, because I think that the aspiration that officers expressed in seeking to try something new was because they believed, and I'm sure still believe, that there are things that we can do better, and we're constantly looking for improvement. So while the last 12 months may not have been a reflection of best practices reflected in the results of the annual operating targets, we can see, though, a continued effort on behalf of officers to make sure we're putting in a big effort. And once again, in the change that we're making today, where we're actually going to adopt the recommendation of the appointment of an internal audit service, we are again seeing to make sure that we're being most efficient and effective in the uses of council's resources, the uses of council's funds on behalf of ratepayers, to make sure that we're meeting both our legislative requirements, but also aspiring for something more for Livingstone. So I appreciate the efforts of officers in the past, and acknowledge, while we may not have got where we were hoping to from the last effort, I have no doubt that this is going to again be a step in the right direction.
Right, thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, we'll just revisit the vote, councillors, just to confirm it. So, moving myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right, I'm going to move a procedural motion that we adjourn for lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, so welcome back, everybody, and I'll move a procedural motion to resume proceedings from lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. So we'll go on to urgent business now, councillors, and I understand we have 2 items in the wings for this one. One from Councillor Hutton and one from Councillor Bello. So Councillor Hutton, I may go to you. Sorry? All right, Councillor Bello.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Hoping that the members that circulated what my proposed motion is to be considered under urgent business, recognising that that's at the discretion of the Chair. So has everybody actually received that?
What do you call urgent business? Is that late agenda?
No, it's by email that's through.
Do I have one?
Should I send it to you if you haven't got it?
So just while you're looking through that, basically this motion is in relation to fire mitigation, bushfire mitigation in our rural communities, and it's come from recent discussions I've had with some of the brigade.
Do that.
And basically, the wording of it is that in an effort to better protect our rural and semi-rural communities within Livingstone Shire Council, Council urgently review the current process/policy for hazard reduction strategies and permits to burn in consultation with QFES, Royal Fire Brigades and other stakeholders. So that's what I'm putting forward for consideration under urgent business. We recognise it, as I say, it's at the discretion of the Chair. So, is there a problem with the process? No, I'm looking to the Chair ultimately to determine whether it qualifies under urgent business, because that's not for me to determine.
Well, as in our burns are starting very shortly, as I understand it, Mr CEO, some of these burns they've started, so it's probably worthy of our discussion at this point. So, Mr Deputy Mayor, I'll pass to you to talk to your recommendation then, please.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Essentially, as we know, the Cobbleville fires from a few years ago were certainly something that we've never seen before, with hot conditions, changing climate and increasing fuel loads. Fire mitigation is critically important. This motion seeks to build on the good work that Livingstone Council has already done and is already doing, and acknowledges that good work. Furthermore, though, some of the brigades have been in consultation with me and amongst themselves that they would like Council to review the permit to burn process, hoping that they can achieve a more efficient process, because the window to burn is becoming smaller, often, and very unpredictable when they can carry out hazard reduction burns on mainly on council-owned land, roadways primarily, which the rural brigades identify the hazard when it exists, and they're the ones that live in those communities. They're the ones that live with the hazards, and they take it upon themselves through their volunteering efforts within their capability to identify those hazards and try and reduce them prior to those critically dangerous conditions occurring. There are other methods, of course, for hazard reduction, mechanical means, grazing. There's numerous methods, but this is primarily looking at both the permit process and hazard reduction strategies. And this is an effort to try and empower our volunteers out there and our rural communities to be as prepared as they can be and support them in their processes to achieve safer rural communities. It's not saying that the current process is completely flawed by any means, but the reports I'm getting back is they believe it can be even better and even more expedient when the threat is there.
Question,
Yes.
Councillor Bello. So In the current process and policy, what specifically needs to change? Is it the time frame of when they can burn? Are we also talking about private rural properties as well?
No, essentially this is the rural brigades are identifying state-controlled land or local council-controlled land. So mainly roadside reserves and what have you that are managed by council. They identify that council land there poses a risk because of the fuel loads. They're wanting to have the fastest possible process for the approval of that burn to take place, which comes through a customer request to council. Ultimately, council then process it within our various levels and directors and what have you. And then based on that outcome, it then goes to QFES for approval.
Thank you. And so what do they wish to have changed then about that particular process?
Well, as I said, the reports that I've had conveyed back to me is that at times the unpredictable nature of when the conditions are right to be able to to be able to undertake these cool burns, which is very important to do in that small window that exists. They virtually need to be able to have, in one gentleman's word, like a pre-approval, so that it's already established that that section there, we understand, at your discretion, you're the rural fire warden, you're the one who's been entrusted in that position. So virtually a pre-approval or a memorandum of understanding, something that removes the need for them to have to go through the permit process, which sometimes can take too long, or can be refused on environmental grounds or whatever may be the case.
So in the particular wording of your notice of motion here, would there need to be more of a specific wording, for example, pre-approval?
I would hope that by virtue of reviewing the process, I don't have the answers that are going to best produce the outcome here. I think listening to the rural brigades and other stakeholders, QFES, the likes of them, and our officers is critical to the process. And I would hope between conversations with all of those stakeholders to address trying to really improve something which is already has improved quite a bit. But when you've got local people out there on the ground involved in their brigades saying, hey, look, we would love to think we could make this even more efficient, so we can take advantage of those small windows when they open up. I believe it would be productive to actually allow for those discussions to take place and see what comes out of it.
Councillor Mather, your light is on. You have a question?
I'll give you an example. I'm having problems. One in particular. I got called to a roadside, Darien Road, where an approval was given and the fireys came and cleared a section along the roadside. Neighbour in cahoots. I got called in because they couldn't do the bit in the middle, which was a creek, a dry creek bed, which goes underneath part of the road. So I put the request in. I said, that's not a problem, we can get that done. Put the request in. The coordinator was away at the time, vegetation manager was taking over. Can't do that. Remnant vegetation, all parts of, and it's got to be rehabilitated. We don't have time for rehabilitation at this point. Now, 2 months later, it's still there. They're getting cranky with me because I can't offer them anything, can't come back with anything despite 5, 6 reminders. I'm still no better off. So I'm not going to put up with that. These people come to me for help. I go to the right source and it doesn't happen. I want something to be done about that process. Because when there's a fire out there, there's no time to ask questions. You get in and fix it.
Any other comments or questions? Councillors? We're in debate now, so yeah, we are. We're going to move in a second. Yeah.
Sorry, Adam, how do you know there's a smaller window for when they can have these burn-offs?
Yeah, Bellow and Hutton.
I mean, compared to, say, in the last 10 years or something like that, has it changed?
Yeah.
I wrote you down as seconding, all right. Are you prepared to second? All right, okay. Right. Okay, good. Right. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay, do you mind if I answer?
Yep, no, respond.
Yeah, I just didn't want to overstep my mark.
I just had to get that sorted out.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
Look, it's certainly not. It's not my opinion that the window's getting narrower. That's well established scientific. The scientific data, the weather data out there is, and even at our Empowering Cities or Cities Powering thing, which Ian Groves did a presentation to, he referred to certainly the climate evidence that windows for burning is becoming smaller because it has to be done at a point where there's the chance of not spreading and making it worse is virtually nil. Like their risk appetite is very, very low, and that's why those wardens are authorised to make those calls. So hopefully that answers your question.
Sorry, Councillor Friend, go ahead.
Are we still in question time?
No, we're in debate.
We're in debate.
But you can ask questions in debate.
Well, thank you. I just would like to think that we could be more specific. Permits to burn in consultation with QFRS, rural fire brigades and other stakeholders in order to expedite the process or something like that. That's what you're wanting, isn't it? For the process itself to be expedited, for it to, you know, doesn't drag on, so that if they want their permits or they want to be able to do it, they have the ability to do it when they need to.
Yeah, no, you're certainly correct in identifying that. Would hope that the process can be expedited on behalf of the rural brigades, but also, as secondary to that, it's not just permit to burn is the only option that's out there. There's other hazard reduction strategies that don't require burning, but importantly, if council identify that they're not going to allow that section to be burnt because of locally significant overlays, whatever the case may be, that's fine. But when you've got your rural brigades identifying that that is a risk because of the fuel loads, if you're not going to burn it, you need to do something with it. And to say we're not going to touch it, well, according to the rural brigade people that are there, they see that as a risk that's too great to allow to happen. Now, they don't have the authority to just go and remove the vegetation. They're wanting to partner with council wherever they can, in a volunteer capacity, to do their bit through, you know, their strategies, which are cool burns. There's other strategies as well, but importantly, identify where the risks are and work out what the strategy is to reduce them. And that's hopefully what would come through this, but then how does it happen in the most efficient, expedient way that everybody's on the same page, sure. And your rural brigade owners then, you know that council's working collaboratively with them, yes, and reciprocating way.
My only concern is that in the wording current process policy, review the current process policy for hazard reduction, that office might say, well, what do you want changed about this? What is wrong with the current policy? What do you need changed within the resolution? You know, as it stands, they could read the process and policy and go, nothing wrong with it. So this is what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah. No, if I could, Mr. Chair, I like where the council is going and be happy to include in that at the end, you know, in order to create a more efficient process. Or
and Councillor Bellow, just to sort of further on from Councillor Friend's point, I guess in looking at your resolution there, what's the outcome you're looking for? Are you looking for a review? And if so, are you looking for a report to come back to council? Because that's not stated there. Yeah. Well, to my mind, Councillor, this is just about tweaking this resolution. It's pretty much a no-brainer for me, ultimately. It's not rocket science. We're just asking for the process to be reviewed. I think we just tweak the resolution and yep, we're there, you know?
Yep, happy to have a report be brought back and happy to have, as Councillor Friend has acknowledged, let's make it clear what the exercise is about, other than just obviously the end game is to protect our rural and semi-rural communities, and I believe that we can do that through a more efficient process in partnership with the brigades and identifying those other hazard reduction strategies, and a report would be great to condense that for Council's consideration.
All right. So you happy with that wording now, Councillor Bella? That in an effort to better protect our rural and semi-rural communities within LSC, Council urgently review the current process/policy for hazard reduction strategies and permits to burn in consultation with QFIS, rural fire brigades and other stakeholders, with a report to be brought back to a council meeting.
Yeah, most definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I just wondered, Mr Mayor, would it be good to put in, as it's fairly urgent, I mean, the next council meeting might be exactly this month away, and we're going through these processes now. Well, we need to start going through the burning off processes now.
Yeah, the information, and I'm, without Dave Maz here, anyway, I won't nominate when I think it's, that there's a cut-off date. I'll have to leave that in the hands of the organisation.
You might just, that's right, you might just have to have faith in what the process currently is until we can change it. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. All right. But take Councillor Eastwood's point.
Yeah. All right. Any other comments or questions, councillors, before we go to the vote on this? All right, so we'll wrap up debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Bello, a seconder in Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Right, the second item for urgent attention, and I'll confess, Councillor Hutton, I wavered on this a little bit in the sense that it really could be a matter we could discuss at any time, but I do take on board the comment that the Netball Association will be in the process of paying their bills about now, so it's probably a worthwhile time to discuss this matter. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I do just want to so in proposing that we deal with this matter of urgent business that I'd like to raise with the table, I do acknowledge that I am one of the 700 to 800 members of the community who are a member of the Capricorn Coast Netball Association, and currently have a daughter who's participating every summer. I play one round of mixed netball, so I do have a conflict of interest there and will leave for the purpose of the debate, but just wish to raise it to the table's awareness so that the table could debate its merits.
It's kind of a long bow, councillor, but yeah, if you want to leave, the choice is yours. Yeah.
Through the chair, briefly to Councillor Hutton, if we have questions in relation to your urgent business, then how are you going to answer questions before you leave for the vote? Or
I'm happy to remain if the council table votes to say that they would like me to remain.
Yeah, councillors, I think it's a long bow to draw to exclude Councillor Hutton on this basis. Yeah. All right. So I'm more than happy for him to stay in. If everyone else has the same view, let's just move on. Everyone else okay with it? So you want a formal vote for the minutes, Mr. CEO?
As I interpret, unless you're an executive member of the committee of Capricorn Coast Netball, then you don't have
conflict of interest. Yeah.
spelled out. So.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, what I'd propose is that council seek to address as a matter of urgent business that we provide financial support of up to $2,000 to cover the cost of provisioning for waste recycling bins and the cost of on-site cleaners who attended throughout the carnival this last weekend. If we're happy to accept it, I'm more than happy to debate the merits of it.
Well, you going to move this, Councillor?
Yes, please. I'd like to move it if there's a seconder.
I'll second it. Because councillors, if I can speak on our collective behalves, Councillor Hutton, my granddaughter was playing there on the weekend and I went up to watch, and I also had the privilege of handing out trophies at the end of the carnival. And at one stage on Sunday morning I said to my wife, there are as many people here as there were at the music conference on the foreshore on Saturday night. So I would say somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people at a guesstimate. And that only provides positive things for our community and our local business and our economy. So I think on that basis, and we hadn't to this point been approached by the Netball Association to provide any level of support. So I'm more than happy to support Councillor Hutton's recommendation on that basis.
Question, Mr Mayor. Where do we propose the money's coming from?
I'm sure we'll have that discussion with the CEO, Councillor Mather. But, I also have I'm prepared to make a contribution out of my mayoral fund as well.
Well, I think I might earmark that one. No.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Note, councillors, that Councillor Eastwood has an urgent family matter to deal with, so he's leaving. Yeah. Good luck. Oops.
Question, if I may, although Councillor Mather's still got her on, so I'm not sure.
Sorry.
Just probably to the CEO and maybe to Councillor Hutton. Given that there's many others of varying proportions that put on events in our sporting calendar with our groups that do a fantastic job, as do these guys, is there scope to perhaps use this as a catalyst for, in terms of budget, having an allocation that we proportion or portion to sports tourism if we are not already? Because I think the question that Councillor Mather asks is relevant in that context, so that councillors can then make not just a decision today potentially, but future decisions on hopefully many others that would be as successful in their own right, and also get certainly the equality there in the opportunity, I guess, to be able to apply with confidence that potentially this decision sort of sets. So how do we move forward in that context?
Mr Chairman, I have limited understanding, but I'll just have a quick look at our website. I think that exists now.
Yeah, and only to add to that, while I haven't seen this year's breakup of the events budget, I do believe that we provide funding for events such as the Yeppoon Triathlon as one of the 4 signature events of the Shire, which currently means that they're eligible for somewhere between $20,000 to $30,000 for their event, and do provide some other funding for small sporting events, including the Marlborough Gymkhana and other events that occur that would be of a sporting nature in that sports tourism model. However, I think what you're expressing is that we may be missing the opportunity to engage as a council in an economic driver or an economic producing because it's a wait and see approach. Obviously, in this case, they've gone ahead without us. But I think that it's a fantastic opportunity for us to reflect on the efforts that they've made.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. So we'll move forward from debate and we'll go to the vote, if that's okay. So, well, the money will come, as I'm assuming, Councillor Mather, from the sponsorship budget, the event sponsorship budget. And there's money in that at the moment. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in myself. All in favour? Carried unanimously in the absence of Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Yes. All right. All right, Councillor. So we're at that concludes urgent business. We'll go into confidential now, councillors, and then we'll deal with the late item as the last matter on the agenda for today. So can I get a procedural motion motion to go into confidential? Or I'll move, thank you. Seconded. Councillor Mather, thank you. All in favour? Cool, thank you. All right, so we'll... so move to come out of confidential. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. All right, so councillors, we're back in the open meeting again, and we're dealing with 15.1, Fisherman's Beach Holiday Park. Recommendation that council resolve to proceed in accordance with option 4 as detailed within the body of this report. Moved Councillor Hutton, the seconder. Councillor Mather, thank you. All right, so we'll go to the debate on this one. Sorry, the vote on this one. Bigger council. So all in favour? Those against? Okay, carried. 15.2, proposed sale of land in Burnett Street, Yeppoon. We have the recommendation that council resolve that the 3 points there, councillors. Can I get a mover? Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.3, potential sale of lot 12 at the Gateway Business and Industry Park. We have the recommendation that we accept the offer, councillors. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.4, properties eligible for sale of land for rates arrears. Recommendation there, councillors, is in 2 parts. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? I'm happy to move. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. 15.5, administrative action complaint, rates assessment number 132861-4. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, thank you, councillors. And we'll go now to the late item. I just got to find the agenda item. It's not that one. Yeah, I've got it saved on my desktop too. Here we go. All right.
If I could speak through you, Mr. Chair, just advice.
You probably need to go.
Yeah. Are you requiring? I've provided you with an email to. My concerns relating to perceptions of conflict. And
Councillor Reesman's already gone. So.
Yep.
So is that? So it's your choice whether you're choosing to attend yourself or whether you're asking for councillors' opinions on that.
Well, I feel I do need to ask. No, I'm going to exempt myself from this meeting on the basis that, as a shareholder in Surf Lakes, I've been made aware of another potential list that the Rural Fire Brigade have compiled, which includes Tookers Road on that list. Whilst that's not on this list, my concern is that if I was to vote against this list, potentially, then it could be construed that I'm trying to advance another list, possibly that we could, that we may. I'm looking for advice here, but this is how I'm sort of reading it, I guess. And therefore, I'm almost in a point where I virtually have to accept this list. Or is that drawing too long a vote, Mr. Chair, or my fellow councillors? I'm happy for assistance in ultimately trying as best I can to stay in the room, but recognising that I don't want to obviously lay myself in hot water for doing so.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Bello and I discussed yesterday the prospects that the list of priorities being prepared by the Rural Fire Brigades is likely to include the Gravel Pit Road, Tookers Road project, and that's the one that gives rise to Councillor Bello's conflict. It in my anticipation, it's likely that that will come up in the discussion of this item today, and therefore I think it would be wise that you absent yourself from proceedings.
If anybody else wanted to make comment based on their understanding or
No, look,
their advice?
I'm with the old adage, councillor, if in doubt, step out.
Yep. And on those grounds, I will take that advice and remove myself from the meeting and to deal with this matter for those reasons. So,
Thank you, councillor Bella. We'll give you a yell for 11:11.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
While you are allowed to cappuccino.
All right. Councillors, I'm going to, before we get into debate here on this particular item, I'm going to move a procedural motion. I think I've given it to Justine. Yep. I'm going to propose this motion, councillors, that the project list proposed by the Keppel Fire Group be reviewed in conjunction with the project list proposed. Is that the most recent one, Jesse? Okay. That the project list proposed by the Keppel Fire Group be reviewed in conjunction with the project list proposed by Livingstone Shire Council. No, it's not. I gave it to you on a piece of paper, I scribbled on it.
Yeah, well, I changed it and sent it.
Essentially what I'm proposing, councillors, is that the list on this report be that we defer consideration of this to a special meeting after the LDMG meeting next week, so the LDMG can consider the projects put forward. I think that's only right and proper because it obviously affects them. And then we can have a special meeting after the LDMG meeting. I'm told by the officers that that won't necessarily disadvantage their ability to get the application in on time. No, it's Wednesday next week. Next week, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. That was an old resolution. Right, so just
You're going to do lines today.
so is that it, Jussie?
No, just take it out the other one. Yeah, but it doesn't reference there, this still only talks about others.
So, yeah, I'm happy to have the original one there.
Oh, so what I have.
Yeah, I'll put a line through it. Yeah, thank you. By the Keppel Fire Group.
Because
In conjunction, sorry, that the project list proposed by the Keppel Fire Group be reviewed in conjunction with the project list proposed by Livingstone Shire Council following consultation with members of the LDMG, and that the matter then be discussed at a special meeting of council convened as soon as possible following that consultation.
yep, that's good.
All right. Yeah.
Janet's not here, she'll tell us where we needed to come in.
All right. Is everyone clear on what I'm trying to get at? Okay. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to move that procedural motion, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Joseph. Or we're essentially laying it on the table or deferring it to a future meeting. Mr. CEO?
That's how it'll be interpreted.
No.
Now that mixed.
All right, well, I'm happy to go. 2 votes.
No, that's tell it, we've already voted.
Right, yeah, true.
Well, we've already voted.
We voted on it, so it's okay.
It's
yeah.
done now.
Yeah.
And close the meeting?
Yep, all right, so that's it, councillors. Thank you for your attendance, and that's it, Mr. CEO, is it?
Agreed.
Excellent, all right. Thank you for your attendance, and have a great afternoon. Thank you to everyone who viewed in and stuck with us on live stream.